Right, so let me go ahead and ask Fiona take over. I don't know who the next person is on the agenda, but welcome everyone.
Okay, can everyone hear me online as well? Okay, so this was going to be a team effort, but Amber was unable to be here, so you got me and me. So we're going to test your knowledge. And the first question, as you can see, is per AMPM 1620A and 1621, which is Exhibit 1. Reflects an on-site visit to initiate the PCSP shall be completed by the case manager within how many days of the member's enrollment? 7.
Well,
Anybody else?
well,
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead. Within 12 business days. Who said 12 first? Oh. Who said that? Somebody raise your hand. Who said 12 first? Oh, Byron? Okay, can you write that down? Okay, the next question. Thank you, Byron, for several people getting that. Okay, in AMPM 1250D, how many combined total of short-term and continuous respite care hours are allowed per benefit year?
600.
600.
Okay, I hear 600 and I heard 620. Let's go to the answer. And the hour is 600, or the number of hours. So who was that? Who got that? Frida? Okay. So the combined total of short-term and or continuous respite care cannot exceed 600 hours within a benefit year. The benefit year is defined as the federal from October through September. So October 1st through September 30th. Okay, next. No, it's the other one. Okay, next question is AMPM policy establishes requirement for case file retention. Does anyone know which policy that is? We're testing to see if anybody knows the policy. Any ideas? Anybody online?
Not yet. No.
Which one? It's 1620, but which one? Does anybody know? Okay, go ahead and go to the answer. It is 1620L. And in that policy, it will tell you the link. It will tell you where to go for the state statute, which is the one who establishes how long a case file must be retained. Okay, next question. Okay, what AMPM policy would you look to determine if your member meets the criteria for general supervision when completing the HMT? And I think we went over this when we did our training with you guys on the CES training. Any idea? Anybody online?
Yeah.
Any guesses? Okay, go ahead and go to the answer. It's 1620-17. It's that exhibit 17. Okay. Next. Okay. So what are the 3 specific member situations that would qualify a member for general supervision on the HMT? There's 3 things. What are they? I hear somebody back there.
Unable to call for help, confusion and disorientation, and wandering.
That's right. Okay, go ahead and show the answer. You got wandering risk, confused, disoriented, at risk to themselves, unable to call for help, even with the lifeline. So, did we get that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's really the end of our icebreaker. I'm sorry we didn't have a lot more, but we I think if we had had more, we probably would have a lot more blank stares in here, so I don't know, maybe we better not do that. So, next, any questions? Okay, I will pass it on to Natalie and Vanessa.
Changes with the home modification. Policy is 1245.
Natalie, closer.
The part we're gonna key in on here is the general home modification standards. Home modifications may be provided to members residing in his or her home. If the member does not own the home, the owner of the home shall approve the modification, and no title funds may be used to return a home to its pre-modification state. Next slide. So with that being said, for homeowner statements, when the member is not the owner of the home, access requires the homeowner to acknowledge that they are in agreement with the home modification and understand the home modification will not be returned to its pre-modification state. So previously, we've done this through getting a letter from the homeowner. However, we've heard your barriers and concerns with this, and we have come up with a process internally to hopefully make this a little smoother for you guys. So there's a couple of new options on how this can be completed, and that's going to be with the PCSP, the case notes, or a written letter like we've always done. So if you're doing it with the PCSP or the case notes, you're going to document that conversation that you've had with the homeowner, the education that was provided on the home not being returned to its pre-modification state, and the case manager will document that the homeowner acknowledges and approves that these modifications will be done to their home. Additionally, with that being said, just be sure to include who you spoke to, the name of that homeowner in if you're doing this in the PCSP or in the case notes. These are some examples here of how it could be written in a letter form, like what the document. So I am the homeowner. I give access permission to complete the home modification. I am aware access is not required to return the home back to its modification state. Or I own the home, I give access permission to do the home modification requested, and understand access will not return my home back to the way it was if the modifications are no longer needed. If both parts of that are not included, either in the PCSP, case notes, or a letter, then the request will be marked as missing information. Going off of that, going through justification form section 5, we've received an increase in home modifications that have needed clarification on section 5 of the justification form. Please ensure that this section does match the PCSP. So as stated on the justification form, when all necessary documents are not included, the request can't be processed. Additionally, when the justification form and the PCSP don't match as far as the latent situation of the member, it will be sent back for clarification. And then when it is identified that the member does not own the home, the requirements do change. So we'll go through that section 5 by each bullet and describe those. So when the member does own the home, you're going to check own home. This is where it gets a little confused. Sometimes we will see that it's checked own home, but a family member or someone else is actually the owner of. So only check own home if the member is the owner, the homeowner. In this case, no homeowner acknowledgement statement would be required. It would just be your normal requirements of the justification form, UAT, PCSP, MAP, and RX within 90 days. Next slide. If the member is a renter, you're going to check the rent box, and then you're going to have your standard documentations that are required. And additionally, you're going to need that homeowner acknowledgement statement. As I stated, now that can be done in the PCSP, in case notes, or a letter. And this also, we would need documentation supporting the permanency of this residence. This is the other box is where we would mark if the member lives in a family member's home. So the family member is the owner of the home and the member lives with son, daughter, sister, parent, or whatever it may be, but that person is a homeowner. And again, with this one, you would need your required documentation with the addition of the homeowner acknowledgement statement in the PCSP, case notes, or a letter. And then, again, the permanency of the residence. Anybody have any questions on the homeownership portion of it before we move forward? Or the new piece of not needing the letter?
Before we go any further on this one, there was outreach that was made to us by one of the programs regarding home modification. So we had to go back and look at our policies. We have to go back and look at our internal processes, along with as far as reaching out to the previous people who used to do this work. And they all were able to help us come up with a resolution because it was causing a barrier to care for some of these members. So we heard you, and we've made those changes, and hopefully it'll help you all as a supervisor. Please make sure that you're making sure that it's notated somewhere on the PCSP. That's notated there. They attach a copy of that note that they documented, because like we always say, it never happened if it wasn't documented, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll utilize your case notes if it is documented there of who they've had the conversation with and who they got the approval from. Or you could do maybe a page of the PCSP. I believe they submit a whole packet for the PCSP, right? The whole packet. If it's somewhere in the packet, they just have to let us know where they documented that the conversation happened on the PCSP. Or some tribes have even created a standard letter that kind of has that verbiage of the homeowner understands and knows, acknowledges that the home will not be restored to its pre-modification state if they agree for this modification to happen. So you can come up with that through easier too if you like to do that. But those statements that is in the home has to be on that letter, so the homeowner knows they're not going to go, to access and say, "Hey, I've never approved it," and what is the issue, or they could go back to the tribes and say, "This is not something that I approve." So it has to be documented somewhere for us to be able to utilize that as proof that we did get the approval from them. Would that make it easier for you guys? Yeah, because it's a back and forth thing, and sometimes that homeowner, maybe it works, right? And you're going to have a hard time getting a hold of that homeowner, or they're not living in the same state no more. It could be any scenario. So we just want to make sure that we're checking off everything that we need to. We're getting the approval from the actual homeowner. You and I, if it was our home, and I get upset about it quite a bit when I go home and my sister did something to my house. I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't talk to me about this before you did this. What's going on here? Those kind of things. We want to make sure that we give them that respect, that they are part of this too, because they're the one that is providing shelter. They're providing some sort of informal support to have their loved one in the home. So just, having their approval in some shape or form will be fine, either in the PCSP, case notes, or a letter. You can create your standard letter. I think PY has a standard letter that they created that they have the homeowner sign off on.
I submitted my standard letter. I don't know if you had a chance to review it yet.
Yeah, I had a chance to review it. It's just there was one statement that I wanted to add and get that back over, and just include that one of the statements in there. And
for now, I created another.
It'll make it a lot easier for you all to get that signature and just have it on hand. You know that always maybe having this manager always everyone, because you will not know that you were there until you actually do the visit. And then they have to call the last night they sent your last visit, so you want to make sure you have that. But we also talked about
So we're gonna move on to existing accommodations. We are sorry, that have existing accommodations in place. Commonly we see ramps, walk-in or rolling showers that are already in place. The existing accommodations typically submitted and called out at the time of the initial request. What's happening is we're receiving them back in bid photos and then having to send back for clarification, which can delay the process even more. So if new accommodation is needed, we need an explanation and photos at the time of the request, the initial request. It's best to include it in the PCSP and the reason why the current accommodation is included in that. Some examples of existing accommodations that we've seen. So we have some walk-in showers here for whatever reason. They're no longer meeting the members' medical needs and they need a new one. We have a grab bar that needed repositioning, but again, we don't know that unless you call it out in the PCSP. Sometimes it's really hard for us to tell when we get the photos back from the contractor if the item is functioning or how it's functioning for the members. So we really need to hear that from you guys at the time of the submission. And then this is some examples of ramps that maybe were deteriorating or they don't have handrails. But again, we don't know that. It's very hard to tell sometimes in pictures. There's shadows or it's really hard to tell from a photo how it's functioning for the member. Any questions on that?
There should be somebody. We should just have short staff. They have the staff to go out there. For tribal ALTCS. Christina just okay. Yeah, there's that.
Not necessarily. Whether it's functional or not. Contract is changing. What has been approved. You start going, you can go, back all the way to get the doctor's opinion and the whole process again, or?
So we have had a few requests that have come back after the bid where a change was requested, or maybe the member wasn't satisfied with their home modification, or we get the request, we send it out for bid, then we get the pictures back. The pictures will kind of, it'll tell us a different story as far as just what the photos are showing. Because maybe they're requesting a walk-in shower, but they already have a walk-in shower. So there comes up that question of, well, is the case manager requesting a walk-in shower or are they now requesting a roll-in shower? Because maybe the members, maybe their abilities have changed, or maybe, they declined and they can no longer step into that shower. If something like that happens, we do need, as soon as it is aware of the situation, like, if there is that change, it really would just depend on what the situation is, just because everything's case by case. If they're at the very beginning of the request, it's a lot easier to come at it at, straightforward, as far as, like, let's say, you get the request, there's grab bars that are identified that are needed, but they're not on the script. At that point, we would need a script to get the grab bars, or some of those showers already come with grab bars. It really just is case by case. When it comes to the scripts are only valid for 90 days. And that's just because the member's status can change. So if we do get those requests where the scripts are expired past 90 days, then we do have to send it back for a new script.
And then if there are changes, like let's say the case manager had gone out, they had that conversation with the member where they identified what is needed for the request. And then the bids go out, the contractors come and see the home, and then that's where changes are identified. We would also want to know what those scenarios are. Like, is the contractor going to the home and upselling for home modification? Like, oh, you can throw in, you know, a ramp or a new door, or just because some of those replacement items can fall into that exception category of the policy, where if the door is not getting widened, or if the shower isn't being changed from a walk-in to a roll-in, then that kind of falls into a repair, and that's an exclusion that's listed in the policy. So it's kind of a gray area on like what the case by case situation is. I hope that answers your question.
I think one of the primary concerns that I've heard from my team is that when the contractors go out to do their initial assessment of the home, they're not notifying the case manager during that visit. So then there's a lot of conflicting information between when the contractor goes out and then what additional requests happen afterward again. So I know at least a few people out in the Pinon area had that happen a couple times, and we've had packets turned back. Because there's been some additional requests at the end of the hearing assessment. So if the case manager is aware assessment, then they can begin working on whether it be collecting scripts or, you know, guiding the process from that point forward. But if we don't know, we don't know. And then we have a 90-day expired script because we didn't. So I think that's one of the asks that we have, is that the contractors notify the case managers when they're going to go out, so the case manager can accompany them.
Okay, because from the letters that we send out to the contractors, the case managers' names or their contact information is listed. I'll have to look at that process to see how we can kind of better that process, just because that is the process that the contractors are supposed to take, is they're supposed to reach out to the case managers. Well, I'll have to look at that to see if maybe there's like a connection issue in that communication on whether they're not getting an answer to their phone call. Because I think we're only giving them their phone number. So maybe if we give them their email, and then they can maybe arrange that time in an email, just because an email I think is a lot easier to respond to than a phone call sometimes, especially since a lot of the case managers have to go out into the field, or they have like there's certain days that they might be in office and they're not in office. So I'll have to take a look at that piece to see how we would be able to better that process. I don't know if that's an issue for other health plans, or if you guys are also seeing that.
Yeah, that's fine. My concern is with the whole law, the contractor does not contact the case manager. And we have to find out who the contractor is. I've had one that had two contractors make a visit, but they didn't know who they were. And then the most recent one is the contractor started the work, never told me, nor did the member tell me. So, and then the member doesn't know all the info. So I have to reach out to you guys. So that part, having the contractor, when you send out the award, whoever it's awarded to, that letter used to also come to the case manager. So we know who it is and whenever it starts.
Yeah, we've had some problems where some of the contractors will go out but not complete the job. So that's why like she said, we don't know who the contractors are, so that we can contact them to ensure that those things are completed. Then, not only that, I guess there was, some incidents where, they did the job, but they did it incorrectly. So the family started contacting us saying that you're a contractor, blaming us. But it wasn't us, and we had to find out who the contractor was so that we could get a hold of the supervisor as to what happened. The case manager had to go out there and take pictures.
I think the other back half of that is not only during the initial assessment, the case manager should be, they should be also be there at the final walkthrough. That's the important piece, and we're missing that piece because whenever the work's done, and nobody gets notified.
So I know years ago when I was doing the home modification, we did have two separate letters. We had a letter that went to the case manager and we had a letter that went to contractors. So I'll have to go back and take a look at that process to see if there was a change to that. And then we do have a form that I'm creating with the contractors for them to use to make sure that what they're bidding is what is being requested. And so we don't get like any of those requests that come back later saying that the member changed their mind or that the member refused, just because the form that we had or that we have been using is very vague. So this one's a little bit more specific as far as like what criteria the home modification will make, but then I'll also try to put in what your guys' concerns are in getting the case managers notified of the home modification prior or at the award, and then also on completion to where maybe we can get a confirmation from the case manager after they go out to visit, just to make sure, like, because once we get notified that it's been completed, to notify the case managers so that they can go back out and do that walk so that it is what was planned or assessed for. But hopefully I'll have more answers for you guys at the next quarterly meeting on how we will work through that, or even before that, because I don't have to wait another 90 days to give you guys information. But I'll have to get back to you guys on.
Then we do have some contractors that do a really beautiful job. I went back to one of the members' homes and, oh my gosh, that bathroom looked like it was a spa. It was so pretty and I thought, oh my God.
And I mean, if you guys have those feedbacks, whether they're good or bad, it's really nice to hear on our side as far as like who we're awarding the home modifications for, or like what the outcomes is of them. Because really, we get the photos on what they look like, or but it is nice to kind of see what you guys are seeing. So
Somewhere just one more thing that I guess I overlooked this part on my client is that, and I think it should have been on the part of the homework form, is that if the house has only one bathroom, and that's because now that the home mod is in process, that bathroom is, the shower is no longer, we can't use it. So the other thing was the schedule for the contractor. That would be something that should be included back to us as to when they start, what their plan is, how many days they're working to get this done. Because right now they're only showing up, say, on a Tuesday for 3 hours and then they leave the rest of the week. And the demo's just there. So the family wants to know what's going on here. So just trying to get, I guess, an alternative place for them to use the shower Alternative pays for the bathroom when that happens. But we'll find for those things.
Yeah, and I think that's some good communication that the contractors can have with the case managers as far as how many days that's gonna take, or, you know, if there's multiple pieces to the shower that are getting completed, like let's say they're doing the shower, the toilet and the sink, maybe they can do them on separate days or separate times of the day, so they still have the restroom available in pieces or on certain days. But we'll have to look into that.
I think as, I was looking at one of their, the complaint was, what you guys talking about, the contractor, had come in and looked at what was being put in or what was being requested or was approved, and they added more onto the, which was, some of it, I think were legitimate, like the widening of doors, both the bathroom and the front door. Because they had a wheelchair, and the one thing was that was needed, but bathroom door had electricity, you know, the switch, the lights came on like right there where the frame is, right close to it. And so it wasn't, you know, there's the wall right here, it's just the wall that connects to the door. And so in order for them to widen the door, they have to move the electrical, you know, portion of it out a little ways, maybe about 6 inches or so, in order for it to, you know, be compliant. And that was the reason why there was a problem with the door. They're not they're not a way to adjust that so that it is possible without having the family have to electrician and do the whole thing.
No, so having like an unexpected is kind of expected sometimes, because you don't know what's behind the wall until you open it up. So if it is just rerouting the electrical, or maybe they open it up and they realize they actually have old plumbing there, or maybe like an old gas line. Something in that situation where they're opening up a wall and then they notice something there. We do get them where they'll send us a new quote saying, well, because we had to hire an electrician to come out and reroute it. Then that's something I think that, you know, isn't an unexpected change for the home modification. What we're talking about is more of, let's say, they asked for I'm trying to think of an example. Let's say they wanted a ramp and they decided way beforehand, like when they went to do the assessment, that they're going to have it laid out a certain way. And then they come back later and they're like, well, actually, we don't want it going in that direction because we actually park on the right side of the house, not the left side of the house. That's something that maybe the contractor will come back and say, well, actually, turning the whole ramp around is going to cost like a different price range, and it could increase the price because now with it going to the left, that's going to add, you know, 5 more feet, or you're going to need more materials. And then at that point, it's not cost effective to go back and have to redo the whole plan when it was agreed upon in the beginning, where before they even started the work, to have the ramp those are kind of things that as a case manager you can ask before the home modification begins. Is, you know, maybe they parked on the left side of the house during the summer season, and then, you know, when winter comes and it starts to rain or the snow comes, then that side is more muddy, so they have to park on the right side. So it's kind of just, especially up north, the environment changes throughout the year where, a lot of the homes also are sandy and the wind blows or whatever the situation is, but for electrical or piping being rerouted, I think that's an easy change opposed to changing like the whole home modification that good mid modification or at the very end of it. I think that makes it a little bit more complicated.
So when we send off a home modification, are you requesting that we do a pre inspection before to let you know, like if, for instance, if they were going to replace the wall, put in a walk-in shower, some of the homes have work or bad flooring.
Mm-hmm.
So is that still going to continue to happen?
So we have had home modifications come in where, let's say they had a walk-in shower already, or maybe they had one 5-6 years ago, and now they can't transfer into that walk-in shower anymore. So they're getting a roll-in shower. We have had instances where when they're replacing that walk-in shower with a roll-in shower, maybe they have to put in a new subfloor, and that would be something that they're going to do anyways while they're putting in the roll-in shower. So that is part of the bid. Where a repair might come in is, let's say they have a walk-in shower, their walk-in shower is now starting to sink in, or there's a crack in it, or whatever the repair is, but replacing it with another walk-in shower would be a replacement or a repair. So it's a little different in different cases, I guess, as far as like what they come in or what the scenario is.
So if the homeowner knows and without letting us know that their plumbing, their pipes are corroding, then the contractor goes in, tears out the wall and notices that. So would that be, it will be replaced for them?
For the shower, where
Yes.
the shower is, I would think that would be something that probably could, because, the shower was functional before they opened it up. The issue is, let's say they have a septic tank system and the septic tank is full. That would need to be emptied or repaired, or if there's a septic tank issue, then, the homeowner would need to fix that before we could go in and do any changes, or because the contractors aren't renewable, we're gonna have to have a septic tank that's full.
So I know when they first started doing, for doing home modifications, I was informed that if their floors are rotted or any of their pipes needs to be replaced, they need to get that done before the contractor comes in to do a home.
I would think it would be case by case as far as like where that rotting is or what the situation is. Because if, let's say you're going in already, the shower's pipes are corroded to where they are not even able to use the shower, or the shower is overflowing because it doesn't drain, I think that would be something that would need to be repaired before they could go in, which like an obvious need, it needs to be repaired. But, I think we've had one where they did the repair and then there was a leak, but when they went back to see where the leak was, it wasn't where the shower was, it was like a little bit further down in the piping, like it was in the bathroom, but it wasn't in the area that they had replaced.
Because when you replace those, that could cost for that pipe to leak. So what happens then?
I think that would kind of fall into that case by case scenario as far as like when the contractors go back out to see what that repair is. Just because the contractors are licensed by the state,
And then they do follow the ADA guidelines for the general contractor's requirements.
So let's say they tear apart, the bathroom. Then the contractors don't know until it's torn apart. The next extra replacement they have to do. So can we just add that onto the home modification?
I think at that point, we would probably have to get what the contractor quotes when they reopen it back up, or they re-quote us. And then at that point, we would have to send it to the medical board to make their decision on what the next steps would be.
The only reason why I'm asking is because when we go out, that's case manager, they're okay. Then the family's all excited and happy to get these necessities that they need. And if we say, oh, I'm sorry, but we can't do it because this is what came about. And like she stated before, they get upset with us because the process is going to be done.
Another question. If the home mod already started the process, but during the work, the member has to be admitted to the hospital, can the contractor continue working? No, they would have to wait till they get discharged back into the home. Same like with we have had members who were in a SNF, and they were wanting the home mods completed prior to them being discharged. The member has to be available for them to.
Interesting. Just wanted to put out there another thing that we. Years ago, they built these homes for Navajos, and the sewer is up above the floor, and it goes out towards, goes outside on top of the floor all the way out. And they put casing on the outside, but now the casing is all rotted out, and the pipe that comes out here. So I've seen one that the contractor had dug out the whole sewer pipe all the way out to the septic tank, and was redoing it. I didn't realize that until now that I was wondering, who pays for that, or someone in the chapter, one that was paid for that part of it, the change of the piping, so that the sewer line goes underground, underneath the floor. But there's they have toilets that are $500 that go on top of the ground that they can place for a high rise. Just think of
The wrong business fire.
yeah.
Any other questions? Anybody online have any questions? Okay, I don't see any.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. We're doing good on time. Yeah, we're good on time, so. Everybody needs a 10-minute break. Yep. Yeah. Come back at 10:26. Thank you for taking.
Yeah.
No, Stafford reached out, said he's gonna go back up north. I think in the next couple of months, he said, 'cause he's been down here. Yeah, but I was like, I think we need to reach out to him and see if he can. I was gonna ask. I don't know who that was.
Did you let it go back? I'm scared. It was a nice
I was.
I know.
I parked over there and then I was like, where am I supposed to park? And then I was on a meeting with EDD before I came in.
Oh, you were.
So I was like, well, and then I was like,
Did you park in the garage?
yeah, but then I kept going in a circle on the first floor because I couldn't figure out how you go down. Oh, okay, it wasn't just me then. So I went around like 3 times and I was like, there's nowhere to park. This is so small. And then I went down.
Where
Well, 'cause I see some of them were like reserved.
Yeah.
And I was like, somebody can tell me.
I was waiting for somebody that I knew to walk with me, but.
I know, I kept looking around thinking, like,
So,
Here, actually, you know.
I did the same thing. I saw someone in the elevator. I'm like, what do I get? 1717. I left like way early because I knew I was gonna be lost.
yeah.
I left early and I still should.
Yeah, and the traffic was pretty bad.
Because it said it was only 16 minutes. So you're closer. And then I was like, oh, never mind.
My husband does not, so I was like, get home right away. I had to go. I left like right at 7:30. The traffic.
I know I got ready. Sarah was like, I don't ever have to get ready.
I know. You look like a working woman, he said.
Water.
I know.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, the sponsor want to say it. I was like, they're gonna come back to us, but I don't want to say it because I know process changed because after Charlie came and then Tiana was doing it. I remember.
I remember comparing how we used
Yeah.
to do it. I was like,
We used to.
I thought it was back.
Like, should I raise my hand?
Yeah.
I was like, should I raise my
Sometimes
hand?
I think I get gaslighted. I'm like, that's not how it was.
I was like, I don't want to raise my hand, like, and not sure about it, but I'm like,
95% sure. I used to let them know.
Yeah, I think that changed with Starly though. I
Oh,
think
okay.
they thought it was like too much to send one letter to another, but
Yeah.
it might immediately say you're required. I don't know.
I have not done it for 2 years, so I was like, I don't want to say it. So
Yeah.
yeah. But like I remember.
That's how I was like, I gotta speak up.
I have a good memory. You have not done it for 2 years. Where's the letter then?
I have good memory. It's not just me.
It's just to let them know who's the contractor, you know, if they have any questions. So
Yeah, but I know that letter only has the phone number. I don't think we gave the email. I'd have some, I'm gonna look. I'll look. I don't think it had. I'm looking for an email because I remember another email.
I'm up next. Are you?
Mine is one.
We're doing good on time, so.
So just presenting the data. It will be 15.
I was like, I'm gonna bring an extra pair.
I bought an extra pair of what?
Pants.
Oh, yeah, last time.
I bought an extra full set.
So I'm gonna ask you before I send you something.
Oh.
One of my. The armrest.
Dress for
And it's like, it's $45 or something like that. You just want me to send it to you like that?
I mean, we don't go into the office that often, so. And I did the same thing when I lost, like 240 pounds. So, what's that? I'm kind of maintaining, but I'm really pretty much at my first goal. About 2 years. Am I not right? I'm done. I think it's about 2 years that I've been losing weight.
Are you, did you go?
I did. I reached my first goal. I would like to go down another 5-10 pounds, maybe at the most. But any less than that, I probably wouldn't look very good. The clogs. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I went gluten-free. Going gluten-free was a big deal.
That helped for you?
I did. Yes. And then the other thing I started taking was weight loss gummies. 2 of them. I thought I'd send it to you. Yeah.
When did you get it for?
No, you remember Kelly Clarkson? It's the stuff that she used to lose weight and really helped up a lot. Because I tried, remember I tried, it was just a shake. No, I tried the shakes, I tried everything. I couldn't. Okay, it's time.
Okay. Is it on? Does it sound? Okay, now is it on? Okay. All right, so, as you all know, we have intergovernmental agreements with tribes. And with that tribe,
with that IGA, with the partnership between Access and that tribe to provide, those vital services for our vulnerable members. And that is, something we take very seriously and the tribe should as well. So we have been communicating to tribes about different things that come up. And we've been trying issues that come up and we provide due dates. Some of you are really responsive and we really appreciate that. And some we have a few more struggles with, but those need to be resolved by the due date and a response back to Access. So as I said, some are really quick to respond and resolve those things. But we have noticed several instances where those due dates come and go and there's no response. And then that causes a delay. As many of you know, we're a little short-staffed. So, but we are doing our best to make sure that we uphold that portion, the IGA that we agreed to. And so that is something that is really important to do. So if you can go next. Okay, so our main way of communicating has been through email. And we email you guys and we send it to either tribal leadership or supervisors, however that tribe has requested us to communicate with them. That's how we communicate. And we've been doing that by email and wanted to find out from you guys. Sometimes we ask for read receipts so that we know that you guys have read it. Do you guys find that helpful? That you don't have to respond back to the fact that you read the thing, that you can see it. Or it provided you click on that, to send a response back to us. But is that helpful? And we're hoping that email is the best way, but we don't know. We're asking you, we want some input from you guys as to what would be the best way, because we are kind of struggling to get responses back. So we want to make this a team effort. We really do want your opinions and for you guys to weigh in what you think would be a better way. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability with the tribes, with the exception of Frida, because she's also a state employee, is that we can do an instant message, but we can't do that with the rest of you. So email is best way. That's the way that we have a tracking method. But we want to know your opinions too, and you guys do what you think and how you feel about that does matter. And we want to make sure we find a way that's going to be more effective, whatever is the most effective way for us to have a tracking, because the email has a stamp on it, date and time, when it was sent. We have a read receipt. We know what date and time it was read. But we need some feedback from you guys. And so what can we do better to communicate with you guys? Maybe you guys have some ideas that we haven't thought of.
I think we're doing pretty good.
Okay.
Driving this way, I saw the trail for Pony Express.
Well, I'm going to go back to that. So
I personally think that, it's really pushing us out there for Navajo. Our case managers are literally to the brink of leaving. It's been like that for a while. There's not new ones, but there's still, it'll be a while before we get, these things in order. Probably till into 2025. And so really trying to push it, I think is just not good for morale, I think, out there with our case managers. And for me, I try to not do that because they're overloaded anyways. I mean, I know that we have case managers, but it's not instant that we're giving cases. It's going to take a little while longer. I mean, some of these cases are, not what they're supposed to be. And so it's like what I'm saying. I think we're doing pretty good as far as communication opposed to a year ago or the year before. And so this one, I don't know, there's something that comes out better, like 5G out there on Navajo. Always deal with the 3G, which goes off every other day. And so a lot of that communication isn't necessary between case managers and supervisors. A lot of it is just the internet services that are really poor out there. Sometimes we don't get back to each other until sometime later with my computer. Hey, it's been on the blitz for whatever, and still does the same thing, and IT can't figure out why or what, other than computer messes up or the internet messes up computers somehow or another. And so it's just an ongoing thing for now, I think.
Okay.
That's just my
No, we appreciate it. That's what we wanted to open it up for you guys to tell us. Because, we have to make sure that the services for our members are PA. We have to make sure that's what we agreed to in the intergovernmental agreement. That's what you guys, well, your leadership agreed to. They said you all were the perfect people to do that job. And our leadership said we were the perfect people to do that job. So between us, hopefully we can get this resolved and hopefully get some responses back from people and making sure that, if we can, if there's anything that we can do to help that, we really do want your opinion on that. So again, so what if you talked about some barriers, and I see that you talked about that, so thank you on that. And then, for all of us too, is that, here in the valley, which you would think we wouldn't have any issues, right? But we do get issues too. And sometimes our system goes down. And if it does, it makes it really challenging. And so I do understand, I know you guys have a lot more challenges out in the rural areas. So yeah, Frida, go ahead.
I think the reminders for me are helpful. And also you think that, that it's, you're bothering somebody or, I'm sending this again. But for me, as busy as I think all of us are at times, like the reminders, you definitely help. So for us, I think we just continue to send those to myself and Hayden and, putting those back on the radar. There's tons of things going on all the time. And then I know the biggest challenge for the team right now is really trying to work out with our IT staff. Because who has the contract with the division is Eagle Sun, and they have tons of parameters, security parameters on emails. I know the state to state, the access to AZDES is really fluid, because we're pretty much using the same system. So I get those notifications quickly, but when I send it out to my team, it gets caught in all of those security parameters that internally we've done to ourselves. So I'm just wondering, and our IT people aren't going to loosen up on it because they're so security oriented. So that's where I think a lot of our communication is getting missed, is because we communicate fluidly, but it's when I send it to my team, that's when it gets captured in multiple different nets. And it doesn't necessarily get to the people that we need to get it to. And it's because that we're using the HIPAA compliance and the virtue and all of that stuff. That is challenging for sure. And I can't fight 100% of it. That's been our biggest challenge is,
Yeah. Yeah, we're not super fans of Google either, but it's what we have. So we don't have a choice, but unfortunately, Virtue is the only thing we have to secure when it has, anything to do with a member's information. We don't want that getting out into, the wrong hands. So, yeah, it worked much better on the old system we had, but even then we still had some challenges. We did notice that we had some training to do internally and we took care of that. Those are things that, on our side, we're trying to, but we just would like to find out what we can do to make that more, that easier to communicate with you guys. I mean, calls are good, but I don't know about you guys, but I get a call and I write down a note and my note goes someplace, or it's just when it's on an email, you're kind of put on the spot, right? So you kind of talked about how you guys communicate within your own tribe. I know a lot of you are in the same office, but not necessarily all of you, because some of you have multiple offices. And so how are you able to communicate with each other to enable, to ensure that things get done? What do you guys do?
Smoke signal works, so that's the window call. I think the same, call each other or kill each other.
Hey, you.
Time we drive, it's something like, I can get home at Chinle, I drive down there. So, it's just, getting in contact with them one way or another. So it's how we do it.
Yeah, anything you want to add on there?
Texting is another form that we can.
The what? Texting. Oh, texting.
For us, we use email a lot. I am instant messenger. We have an instant messenger group, so if I need to send any notifications out, I do it there. So.
And that would be really great if we had that with everybody, but unfortunately, most not that friendly to allow us to do that with you guys. But we would love to be able to do that. That would be a really quick and fast, easy way. I can communicate with Frida really quick, just like instant message, because we're on the same system. We're all from the state, so we're on the same system. But did you want to add anything on there, Rachel? Okay. So you can go next. Any questions on that? I know we kind of went over that real briefly, but yes.
I just wanted to point out that on some of your corrections you're requesting to some of the reporting, ours will not always be timely because, our case managers have always said, what do you want? You want the reviews? You want the corrections? What do you want? Basically with access, it's all of it. So we have, our tribal government was housed at one location where our main server was at. They're going to knock the building down, so they've moved everything out. So we no longer have a tribal administration where that main server was housed. So now we're having all kinds of glitches with our system. We won't have email for a few days. It'll be up for minutes, then it'll be down again. So whatever does come through, if there's corrections from you guys that you're needing, they may not be immediate, especially if we're not able to get into Rocket. So I'm having to just do hard copies for some of the case managers to make those corrections. And I'm not counting on them to write back to me because a lot of times they're out in the field and they're elsewhere. So I don't know when this is going to happen, when our tribal administration is going to get rebuilt from the ground up again, or what's going to happen with us down the road. So I just wanted to let you know, it's not going to be timely. You know, I do look at them to see if they got to make those changes, but a lot of times it isn't in the turnaround time you're asking.
So you're looking in PMIS, you're
Yes.
making sure that they are. Yeah, well, we appreciate that. We really do. That's leadership. That is leadership, Joni, is going in and making sure that they do that. And we do appreciate that. That's awesome. That's what you should be doing. That's what all supervisors should be doing. All leadership should be doing. That's what our leader does. You know, that's what her leader does. We've got people who just, you know, we're just verifying that we got stuff done. We have to trust that people will do their job, but then we also have to follow up. And hopefully everybody has access to PMMIS. If you don't, or somebody doesn't and needs it, you know, let us know and we'll get back to you. But on your topic there, if you know you have issues, maybe a response back saying, hey, our system is running slow or something, and it's going to take a little bit extra so that we know you've read it, you've confirmed, you said, okay, we can get it done by this date. That would be helpful too. Don't you think that would be helpful, Rachel?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to say something else. Yeah, I just wanted, we were talking about this for the past couple of weeks about communication between you all and us, because there's at times we send out something and we know you all are very, very busy. We understand that as leaders, we're always torn in different direction and being told, do this is a priority, get this thing done. So I think one of the biggest things, what I found successful for me and my team, is that we have, you may not have that much time right now due to the caseload that you all have, but we always have a morning meeting every morning. I find out, you know, who has what to do, what's going on with your team, who has reviews that need to be done or that PAs that they need to review. You know, we talk about all that and see what our plan is. Sometimes on Mondays when we have a little bit more time, we then talk about what do we want to accomplish by the end of the week? What should we get done? What is the main project that we're working on? So it kind of gives us an idea of where we're at. And then also, I know as a leader, sometimes you have to have these kind of conversations with your team members. And those are conversations that your team members may look at you like, why are you looking at this? Because it's my job to report what I have to report to make sure that we're in compliance with what we need to be in compliance with. So I run the PA data report. I have Tiana monitor that. I run it, we look at it, and I check to see, okay, who processes this? How many PAs do they have to process? What's coming in from the tribe? And how can we monitor it and drill it down? We got our report to the point where we can see if something is duplicate, if your case managers are submitting them, if it's a duplicate of a previous submission. We monitor it if it's missing information, especially the nurses. If they're reviewing a document that is over 100 pages, and you all have attested to this, there are some instances where your case managers are submitting documents that are about 500 pages. So if they were like in their 250th page of reviewing something, and they find out, wait a minute, I'm still missing this, then they continue to review it to make sure maybe I can find it somewhere else. So they're digging through where they're going to find this information that they need to approve the request. By the time they're done with the 500, it may have been over an hour reviewing that case, and sometimes going into 2 hours, trying to find that piece of information that they need from you in order to process it. And then when they get to the end of those 500 pages that you all submitted, then they can't find it. That's a whole hour and a half of their time of looking for that piece of information to approve that request. So it is time consuming. And then that's when she has to then communicate back to Tiana or communicate back to Vanessa and say, can you find out, am I missing something? So then the review has to happen again, and then finally the notification goes back to you all. In the meantime, the member's waiting at home. The member's waiting for these services. They're waiting for us to say something. In our policy, we have 14 days to turn around these PAs. We have 30 days to make that decision and find out, okay, what do we need to do to respond back to this member? Because they're waiting for and anticipating what's going to happen with this request. So communication is really, really important across the board. And when I see that my team, one of my team members has a very low PA number coming in, I'm going to ask, can you take on more responsibility? Because we kind of have to shuffle work around where we only have one nurse that services all the programs. She does all the approval, she does all the review. So in the meantime, Vanessa has 2 programs that she also oversees too. So we're really trying to figure out how can we internally within Access stay in compliance. And I let my team know, why is this overdue? Why is this late? How come it's taking this long? What's the issue? What are the barriers? How can we work around it? And sometimes internally we do kind of say, wait a minute, Rachel, that's, if you make an exception for this tribe, then we have to make an exception for that tribe. And if we make an exception for tribal programs, then they're going to, MCOs are going to want those exceptions. So I'm faced with these questions and conversations. And then when we go back to the policy, and I have to then tell my team internally, look, it doesn't state it clearly. They have a point. Let's make a change. Let's implement change. If it doesn't state clearly, if you feel very strongly about the way the internal desk level procedures and processes are based on our determination, then you need to be vocal in those policy meetings. You need to tell those policy team that they need to enter that. If that is something that you need to have in your approving these requests, because we do not want to make it harder for you all. We already know that the case managers' caseloads are very high. We already know that. And I can honestly tell you that we have a case manager. I think he is a superhero, having over 150% caseload value. And many of you don't have that many cases. Many of your case managers don't have that many cases. So they make it happen. They make it happen. And I'm assuming it's the communication within the program. So a lot of these things that we talk about, you have to implement that. Just like I've been saying for years, I need another tribal ALTCS nurse. We only have one. She can't do all the programs. She's trying to keep up with it. She's trying to make sure that everything gets turned around timely. And I'm constantly having this communication with my leadership. And we just have to continue to advocate on that level. And hopefully one day there will be a change. But for now, we can't complain. We can't get upset. We've got to do what we can with what we have. And if that means if I have to cross-train my team and they help each other, then that will be, in the end, somebody's gaining a new skill. You know, we look at it from that perspective. I always tell my team members, you learn this new skill, and one of these days you might move up into a position what that's going to require you to do this. So never be afraid to learn something. We all make mistakes. We all learn new things. And there are things and policies that we have to change. There are things and policies that we have to implement as a leader. You have to be the one to communicate that. You have to be the one to motivate your staff. You have to be the one to speak up for your program internally within your programs. Otherwise, change is not going to happen. We can make all the changes. And I can honestly say within the past year and a half, my team has revised forms. My team has advocated for you all. My team has developed new reporting to send to you all too. And what the bottom line thing is so that you guys can get compliance. Because if they never send you the overdue report, we used to get it monthly. And by the time you guys got it, it was 6 weeks when this issue, the member was overdue, 6 weeks ago. You're barely getting this report 6 weeks later. Now those reports go out every week. So we're helping you to try to stay in compliance. We're sending you these reports. If you don't have time to look at it, if there's no time, maybe that's when you can say, if you can trust your case managers, or if you feel confident that your case managers can do the job, maybe we can send it to all your case managers. If you have a little staff, you don't have a big staff, maybe we can send it to the case managers. The case managers can then take ownership of that report and take out what their case, if it's their case, they can review those. I don't know. There's some things that you all have to do where everyone stays in compliance. And then the communication happens. And one of the things we heard you was the phone is an issue. Some people don't get cell services. Internet's an issue. Okay, so if that's the issue, we don't need a response on those reports anymore. We've agreed to that. We said we don't need it on the report anymore, but we do want you to update CA 165 and communicate with us that way. There, you know, and it's to this day, there are sometimes when I'm reviewing cases, if something is brought to my attention, I review all the screens and I say, there's no comment in CA 165. What happened? What's going on with this member? Why am I getting a call from the direct care agency? Why am I getting a call from the skilled nursing facility? And then I challenge my team. Did you make sure and follow up with this overdue report? Because when that member is overdue for 2 weeks, my guidance to my team was whoever the coordinator is needs to communicate.
We only
with
have
Sonny.
one.
Yeah, needs to communicate with Sonny if the member has been on the report for 2 weeks. And the notification has gone out to you guys. The notification are those reports. They go out to you all. It's on the IGA. We provide you these notifications. If you haven't done anything about it and that number is still 2 weeks overdue, that means the member is waiting at home. You don't know what services are being provided. We have recommended maybe you can postpone the services for another 30 days, just so you're not putting the member at risk. Because what I'm doing also now on the EBV end is we're telling providers, do not render services if you do not have a PA, because these PAs are supposed to be prior. We're getting a lot of denials that are coming in for stuff that's not being PA'd. They don't want to lose out money. They're running the risk of first of all, the members, their first thing they tell us is for the member needs services. If they render services, they've already sent emails, and I started telling them, send us the notification after you send it to, let's give the tribe time to update the screen, the service plan. If you don't get a response and that PA is about to expire, then include us in on it, and then we'll do the outreach and find out what's going on. So I said, because they need to communicate with us. So if something is on those reports, that's our way of communicating. We don't have to call you. We don't have to send smoke signals. Those reports go out on an email to you all. You all get it. When you have time to review it, please take the time as a leader to review it, because this does impact services to our members. And you don't need to go back and complete that report. You know, you don't need to do anything on it. Just make sure you as a leader are looking at those screens and say, oh yeah, that's true. How can I help my case managers? What are the challenges? We can come up with all kinds of ideas that you can implement, but we don't know what everybody's workload is, and we don't know the bandwidth. So we really can't tell you should do it like this. You know, we can't do that. We have Tiana carrying so many responsibilities that she is able to. Do you want to learn something new? You know, she's young. I know she's going to grow within Access, and I know that there's a vision for her that we all see. So we try to train her as much as we can. Then you do have some team members on that you actually supervise that have those expertise. Utilize that, and that's how we do it. So our communication back to us when we send those reports is just update CA 165. That's it. And if you're having issues with your internet, I know Marie used to do it all the time when she was overseeing Navajo Nation. Anytime there was internet issues, she will always let us know. Say, hey, Access, we're having internet issues. This is happening. And it's going to take a couple of days. We've already reached out to so-and-so. They're working on it. Just, making you aware of the difficulties that we're having right now. Those are the type of communication that we use to get back. We don't know those areas. We don't know those challenges until we actually hear from you in these meetings. So that's a way of us not having to constantly send emails to say, this case is a problem, this case is a problem, this case is a problem. You can really see everything on those reports. And if you know how to navigate through the system from one page to the other, you'll know, okay, well, they did it here. Now let's go look at this part. Now it's not there. Let's look at this other screen. Well, wait a minute. It's not in any of those three screens. Let's go to the comment screen. So my team is doing all that on the front end. So when they're helping you and your team, those reportings is just to help you so that when you guys go back and we go back and the next team who goes out to audit, and you know, you guys scored pretty high. A lot of you scored pretty high, and it was because of those reminders. So it's not to nag you all. It's not to be on your case. It's really, we're helping you to stay in compliance. And we all need that. I need that. Sometimes my team tells me, well, I sent it to you in an email. Do you want me to resend it to you again? Yes, please. You know, because sometimes I'm so busy, I don't end up getting to check everyone's email. They send it to me, we visit again. And sometimes it's just, okay, we're all on the call here. Let's take care of it right now. The issue needs to be resolved right now because the member is at risk. We're putting a member at risk. So that was one of the things that we really, really wanted to hone in on today. We've made some changes internally. We've made the reports more user-friendly. We drilled it down to, I mean, we fought to get Navajo Nation's report to be divvied up into 4 different reports. They told us it's not possible. That's too much work. Why do they need it like that? Because we knew you guys needed it like that. It makes it easier for you as a leader to know that's my case manager. What do I need to do to help them? And across the board, you know, if there's an error with the reports, my team is on it. Hey, the report didn't come out today. Something's going on with the report. So they're the one that's pushing these reports out. So they made it electronic where it's not paper anymore. You get it out, you look at it. There's comments that used to go back and forth. That was a big issue. We addressed that. We don't need that no more. Just update C-165. So that's the way we're doing some of the things that we have done over the past 2 years now to improve our communication to you. That's one of the reasons why we're saying, what can you do to improve your communication to us? You know, how can we make sure that we're addressing these issues that we send emails to you about or reports about? What are some of the barriers that you're seeing? And maybe internally, when you can take this back to your team and talk to them about it, how can we improve our communication to access? What are some ideas that we have that we can propose to access? By now, you guys should all know that we do our best to make changes when you bring it to us. We really, really do. We take it to heart. We want to make the changes, but really we want to, the communication is still lacking there. So if there's nothing else, I would really encourage you all to take it back to your team. Maybe we can have another conversation about it at the next quarterly meeting, or maybe the communication will improve. But these reports, they need to be responded to. If we send an email, we really need you all to respond back to it. If your leadership is busy, maybe you need to have a team lead. Maybe your specialist can screen these emails. I don't know. Something that we're knowing that somebody is reading the email and somebody's working on that issue that we're sending to you all. So that's pretty much all I needed to say about that. Is there any questions?
So in reference to like the emails you sent, you know, if we need to make an update, would you like us to respond saying that, hey, you know, we got the email, we'll make sure the update is within 4 days, or just respond back when the update is completed? What would be your preference?
I think sending a response saying we will have this completed by this date, and you're telling us, I'm taking responsibility. I personally, right, am taking responsibility. You personally, right, taking responsibility, saying this will be done by this date. And even if you need an extra time, you know, if you need a little extra time, please respond back. We don't know that if you guys don't tell us. If that due date comes and goes and it's still not done, I mean, that takes a lot of extra time when we have only one coordinator, is to go in and verify if the changes are done. And if those aren't done, then it's more time on us to have to go back and re-communicate to you guys. And not everybody is on the same level. Some people are really responsive, but if you can say, hey, we're having internet issues, whatever the case may be. I've got case managers out in the field and we'll get it done by this time next week. Okay, now you've made a commitment. You made a commitment to us and you said, I personally, that's what Marie used to do. Like, I'm going to do this by this date, and she did. So Rachel brought up Marie, so that's why I was just bringing her up, is that she took personal responsibility and said, I will ensure that this is done. And so that's, yes, if you did something like that, just saying, we will have it done by this date. I'm taking responsibility, but I need X number of days because we're having internet issues, we're having, whatever the case may be. Because every office, every tribal program is a little bit different, right? Everybody's having other issues that, and we know winter's coming on, right? So we know that's going to be a problem for a lot of areas. So communicating, just like any relationship, communication is key. If you communicate back to us, we're happy. We're happy. We're happy that we're getting a response back, that somebody is saying, I will take personal responsibility, because that's what we have to do. For my team, right? Vanessa has to do that. Rachel we have to take responsibility and say, okay, we will get that done. So thank you for that.
One of the things also too is if you choose not to do that, just make sure they updated it, whatever the issue is, right? Because those reports come out weekly. So when the report comes out again, that number will no longer be there. So then you don't have to worry about it. So they just have to make sure those updates are happening. Anytime the number is overdue, you'll get that report. If they update it and then update CA 165, that's your way of communicating to us too. I think that would be easier than an email, because it does take time, because then as long as for me, if I've seen a member on there for more than 2 weeks and then I don't hear anything from my team members, and then now it's going on 3 weeks, now it's on Sony's lap to try to do something with it, to communicate.
Once it hits 30 days, I have to do something.
Yeah, once it becomes to that time frame, then she gets involved. And then if I go in and I look at these reports and I say, okay, Sonny, how come you didn't communicate this with me? When did you send the email to the case manager? What have you put in place to find out what's going on with this number? Because this number is overdue X amount of days. The no service line report has a different time frame also. So we look at it from that standpoint of making sure, are you getting these reports out? Sometimes the response I get from them is, there was a hiccup in the report, we didn't get it out on time. That was the reason why. And it does show up on our huddle board. We have huddle boards where we monitor the overdue and no service line, where we actually just talk about it. Really, I think we took it off the huddle.
We did.
Because you guys were really improving in those areas. But that's not the only report you all get. You guys get different other reports.
Daily
too.
rosters.
So as long as you update the system, I came across a daily roster issue about maybe a month ago. And I seen one issue, and then I started looking at others. And then I started looking at others, and I said, wait a minute, Sonny, what's going on with this? How are you guys communicating with the tribe? What have they been updating? Because they're supposed to update this, and this. This is how we used to do it. Did something change internally with our processes? Because some of these members are deceased. Some of these members are no longer with the health plan. But are you all following up with the case managers to ensure that they're closing out these cases when you send out the reports? Because the member is going to continue to show up on those no service line reports. They're going to continue to show up on these reports. And they're like, oh my God, we missed it. Because they were so busy with other things. I said, no, we cannot miss that.
Yeah.
That's very important.
So on that topic, we did discover an internal thing with staff is that they didn't understand, and we're not communicating to you guys appropriately on the daily roster. So that's been corrected. We've retrained, and now they understand. So So, but on the daily rosters that I sent out, we're gonna go over that again a little bit later, but I sent them out with, these are really past due stuff, really past due stuff. Super, super duper past due and need to be resolved. So every tribal program had something that needed to be corrected. And some of you got on it right away and got it done. And some of you didn't, but you know, having a response back at least, or if you don't need to respond, like if you know that it's going to get done and we go back in and check and say, oh, it's all good. So we don't need a response, like Rachel said, if you know it's going to get done. If you don't think it's going to get done, probably a response back saying, hey, we're having these issues. So.
Yeah, because they fall off of those reports. If you make your correction, they fall off of those reports. And if you as a leader look at it, see, okay, this is this member, let me have a conversation with my case manager. Let me see what the internal issue is. Yeah, once you take care of it, they'll fall off of that report. So it is very important. I think that helps you all to stay. That is your reminder that goes out. It is your reminder to let you know how your case managers are performing. And you can also, I mean, I say if it was me and I got it on the other hand, I would start capturing data with this. I would start making graphs, charts, and internally our performance as a program. This is how we're performing, because that's how I went ahead and I utilized that report to where I report back up to our leadership and say, this is how my team is performing. This is the data that I use. Internally, we put so many things in place to monitor my team, because every day I'm not on the phone with them every day. I'm not right by their side to see what they're doing every day. And these reports really does help me to know where my case manager is struggling, if they are, or where my case manager maybe has missed something, so that I can be there as a leader to support them. So we have our own internal reporting that we run on those also, at the same time as if you could use those reporting as your way to kind of track and see. It's not a got you kind of thing. I never want you all to look at it that way. It's not, hey, you're doing bad, you're not doing a good job. Your Access told us you're doing really horrible because you have numbers on here. That's not the thing. The thing is, it's
Can you
you
do?
as a leader to know where your case managers are at. Maybe they're getting challenged with a lot of cases. Maybe something is going on that's causing that barrier. If you choose to communicate that barrier to us, and you know it's not going to be updated within the next 7 days when that report comes out again, just communicate. If they don't have time to communicate, someone has to communicate with us to tell us we're on it, we're going to take care of it, but we're going to need this much time, because case manager has 10 cases to review this week. They will not have time this week, but we'll definitely get to it next week. Those are the kind of communication that should be happening internally back up to you, because then you then know, okay, I understand what's going on. And then, not saying, hey, I don't have time, because what I do is I go to the case management screen and I look and see, okay, when is their review date? When is the next review date? Okay, I can see this case manager has like 10 cases that's to review within the next 2 weeks. I could see they're very busy. Then I even sometimes go as far as look at the members' demographics and look at the address and see, oh, okay, case manager has to travel from here to here to here. So there's no way they're going to be time. So internally, I can do that. So as a leader, hopefully you can take some of these things away to kind of take it back with you and see, okay, this is what I need to check, and this is how I need to communicate internally. And so it reduces that stress, and your case manager feels the support that they need from you all too, by you listening to them, why this is not updated, why, and you reiterating the importance of why they need to make sure that they're communicating with you so that you can communicate back to Access. But if you feel comfortable that your case managers can directly communicate with us, then that's fine too. But I always tell my team, CC me on these things, because I need to know what's going on. If there's a challenge, if there's a barrier, I really want to be CC'd. So if I can support in any way that I can, I'll do that the best I can. So it's a process internally, but communication has been a big issue within the past quarter. So please make sure that, you have those conversations and you all have right ideas in a way that you feel like will communicate this way. I'm all for it. I think I got us back on time with my.
I think you did. Yep, we're back on time. It's been done.
Okay. Was that helpful? I always say I don't want to make people feel like I'm chastising you or making you feel bad.
Well, it doesn't feel good. Like I said, it's not gonna, it's not gonna be happening anytime soon. What you guys asking for, until we get the case managers going and we distribute our cases. I did go send those reminders back out to them. And that's what I'm talking about. I hate to do that, but this isn't a threat to leave. It's, they're saying, telling me I'm doing it. I've got a case that I need to do. I'm backlog as is, and they're asking me to do this right now. It needs to be recorded today, kind of thing. And it's like, what to say? I'll get to it when I get to it. So, that's what I'm talking about. Is we know what it is. We don't have enough case managers. We didn't have enough case managers for too long. And, and supervisors being given the case, barely starting to have case managers out there to do the work. But it's going to take another, a while before they start picking up and really, having the case managers keep updating going forward. And so I see, I see that it's going to work, but it's going to take some time for us to even catch up on some of these things. I mean, I know I didn't. I mean, it's good that you guys set out that list. I'm glad that you guys did. And I know what I seen there, and just too busy doing everything else. But we're working on it, and we're moving forward. And I've got mine all printed out. I'm just going through the process, and it takes a whole ring of paper to do that. Partly because there's a whole bunch of them, and I just have to sit down and go over it individually, see which cases go where and where is it that, so I'm identifying each one of them to make sure that they're completed, like one at a time. And even yesterday, trying to come out of here, trying to do everything else, that it was not falling in place. And, it's kind of like frustrating to a point where coming out here into the meeting and listening to the same thing that I'm already getting is, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe the next meeting I don't need to be here and do my work out there instead of sit here and write down all these updates you're waiting for me and here in the meeting, what I'm doing. So that's all I got.
Yeah, we do send out these quarterly meetings ahead of time. We do send them out early enough for you to be able, it's really important for leadership to be here. That's one of the things. It's very, very important for leadership to be here because you're the one who actually has a part in hiring who you hire. You're the one who knows what specialty a person can have in order for you. What unique skills are you looking for when you hire somebody? So you're the main one who runs it at that level to know and understand, what personality you're dealing with. And it happens to all of us as leaders. We deal with that internally here at Access too. So we just have to kind of gauge, you know, what can this person do? Whereas maybe, yes, they're overloaded. And when you're overloaded, I said that years ago when we were getting the quarterly reports, and we had a case manager on the line who was so upset and really, really upset, blaming Access for this, blaming Access for that. And while she was on the phone, I told my team members, can you pull up her case value from last month, from the last quarter? And it was sad because this case manager had a caseload rated value of 120%. And I said, I would be pissed off too. And at that point, I had to step back and say, we need to listen to her. We just need to listen to her, listen to what the challenges are, listen to what the barriers are. What can we do to help you? Because we already know you have a high caseload value. I have one coordinator that's doing everything now. And I had to then tell the team members, you're going to have to step up. We have to help her. We can't just let her go down because she's the only person that is doing this right now. We have one nurse that takes care of all of you all. And Vanessa's cross-training. We've even cross-trained the THP nurses to help her out in the event that she gets behind so that we can stay within those time frames for you all and making sure we meet the members' needs. So the bottom line is the members' needs. We have to focus on that. How can we make it happen? And yes, Navajo Nation has gone. I know the history because I've seen those deliverables coming in. I've seen them come in. We've made things a little bit smoother, transitioned things a little bit different, looked at things from a different perspective and say, okay, we need to not cause barriers. How can we not cause barriers? How can we make things a little bit easier and simpler? Because one of the things that I don't want this meeting to be about is complaining. You know, we can't complain. We've got to figure out how we can make those changes. And that's where I need your input. What do you need when we ask you these questions? It's because we want to make these changes. We want to make the changes. And I like I told Frida, and I told, Letitia, I said, it's okay to tell us when Access is wrong. Quote the policy to me. Tell me, hey, your policy says this, but your team is expecting me to do this. Your policy says this, but you're telling us to do this, which is making it more harder for us. Then when you say it in that way, instead of saying, well, we're just overworked, we don't have a lot to do, we have a whole lot to do, we're doing this work. That's not really, you don't really have factual basis that you're working on because I don't hire your staff. I have no control over them. I can't do anything about that. That's an internal thing that needs to be discussed within the tribe. But when it has to relate to something that is not right, that we're telling you to do one thing, but it's not outlined in policy, and that's causing a barrier, we can make changes to those. And I really do push to make changes for that. When any one of the programs need increase in PMPM, they need support in having more funding for the program, I'm there to help you to support that. I'm there to kind of say, okay, well, what can you do within the policy? How is that impacting you? How has the workload really been? Because those are things you need to communicate to Access. So that's what we can help out with. So like I said, we've done so many things within the past couple of years that I feel my team has done an awesome job. They redid the home modification forms. They redid the PA form to make it easier for you as leaders to sign off, because whoever you trust and hire as a case manager, you hired those case managers and you trust them to know what they're doing and that you've actually literally trained them on the things that we're training you on. You've trained them to say, I trust you to sign off on this. I trust you to make that decision. Because I tell my team, I can't be around everywhere all the time. I'm trusting you to make those decisions. Mm-hmm. I'm trusting you to look at the policy anytime that you have to respond to somebody. Tell them what the policy is. Tell them this. And that way you can handle it at your level. Because all my team members are at the management level. You can make management decisions. I trust you to do that. So I think that rapport and that relationship really, in some cases, it has to happen at their level. Because why should a case manager tell you, how many respite days do I have to approve? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because the case manager is supposed to know those policies just as much as you do. I've looked at a respite case recently, and that case did not even have the right code set up. The date spans were not even correct. And I thought, it's written out in policy. I mean, you can't handle every single case that your case managers have. You trust them to make those decisions. So the training is important, is what I'm trying to say. Your presence is important so that you can take this back and you can train your staff and you can tell them it's in policy. You have to learn it in policy. It's really, of all the programs that we have, long-term care policy is very well written out that they're able to make these decisions. They're able to make it at their level without having to go to you. So maybe one thing that you can do at your meetings is kind of like what Sony did. Test them. Where's their knowledge at? What do they know about the policy? When they're making decisions, do they know where to look at in policy to know what rates are being set up? Because you can't carry all that load with you, because now it's on you to look at those reports, and now you're looking at everything, every single one of your case managers, and you're carrying that load when they should know what they have to do. When a member is no longer with your program, there's steps they have to follow to close out that case. That's basically it. So your presence is important. You have being here, you can get the gist of what's going on, because we have had some supervisors come back and say, well, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Then I say, look at the quarterly meeting agenda. The assignment sheet. Was that person there? And sure enough, that person was not there. And if they're not there, they don't get that information.
But it is posted out on the Tribal ALTCS digital toolbox. So there's really not an excuse that I wasn't there, because you can go watch it.
So that's where, the communication has to happen. Yes, there are barriers at the tribal level, but unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. I can't. But I believe I solely have faith that your tribal leadership is doing the best they can. They advocate for you all, because I get those responses. They really advocate for your programs. So they just need to trust you and understand that. I don't know where the trust level is at in your area, but when I tell my team I'm going to do it, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try to make it happen. I'm going to support you. I hope that they trust me, and we have this constant communication. Yeah, we all have our tight schedules. They have to adjust to my schedule a lot of times, but we always have that communication open to make it work. So it's not anything bad against you all. I'm just saying, how can you help us? Is there something going on with communication that you may need to have this conversation and take it back on your end? One way of communicating for us was just update CA 165.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Make the changes. The member will not show on that report the following week. That's it. So that was a way to improve, instead of us emailing back and forth that report. Everyone used to make comments on it, send it back, and then you couldn't open it. Open it. It was a big problem. So we wanted to get away with that. So we've really, really done our part to try to communicate with you all. We're making the effort. So I guess now is really just, how do you take it back and communicate this with your case managers, and not coming at it from a standpoint of Access came and yelled at us and Access said that. No, that's not what the point is, because we have to be member focused. If something's not authorized, it impacts our member. If there are no services in the service plan screen, that impacts the member, because I'm really pushing now on the fact and telling EDD providers, you cannot render services without a PA, because you are risking not getting paid. You're risking it. They are. They cannot get it. If they get a PA request afterwards, they're at risk. It's in policy. So please keep that in mind. We all have a responsibility. So that was one of the recommendations I had when we did our CES training. Maybe you can authorize it at the end of the month. So that gives your case manager cushion room to revisit, make sure that the services are in place. They may be behind on their schedule, winter is coming. They can have that extra time that the provider already has the PA so that they can not take the time to review again, but basically giving them enough time so they don't show up on the overdue report or not the overdue report, no service time report. Those are some things that we can come up with internally, but we do provide those and that's our communication to you all.
I just have a quick comment. I really want to commend Vanessa and the team that helps her with the prior authorizations. The turnaround time has been really just phenomenal, and I know that she's working with shortage of staff, so we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's nice to hear.
I tell them that all the time. It's a miracle how I only have one nurse that does all the programs. And Vanessa chimes, she chimes in a lot. She really helps her and supports her a lot. And then she's also cross-trained the THP so that in the event that there's ever an issue, they would help her out. And there's been a very few times that she's really good at what she does too. So she turns these things up. And because of her too, honestly, she came from the outside where she came in and she's asking us, she's challenging us on certain things in the policy. I'm really open to that. I love those kind of challenges. I don't just tell, well, it's like this and you got to do it like this. I'm not that kind of person. I like to hear everyone's perspective because we learn a lot from each other that way. We learn it's more calmer when we hear challenges and barriers. And one thing is I say, we can't complain. We got to make it happen. How can we make it happen? So yes, she is really good at what she does. And I think she's been trained by Vanessa very well. And I think really it's not, I always say it's probably, I know it's not me because I tell them, I drill the policies on them. Policy, learn the policy. Policy is the important thing, and now they use it on me, and it's like, oh my God, let me go back and look at this again. But yeah, so we all learn from each other. So the communication just needs to get better. It really does.
Brandana. You guys can't hear, we can't hear you. No. No. There's a power button.
Yeah, it's okay.
No.
Oh,
Might be where she's holding it.
yeah. You see, if you prepare or if you have people. You have selected.
No, still can't, I still can't hear you.
You have selected 22 providers. You focus and help them to work on their errors. So far, we have 11 providers and assisted them with their errors. And when we are working on the errors, we are looking at the CA165 screen and send data system. After looking at the whole system, we have identified they have common errors. On my next slide, I'll show you two what providers have reported to us when we were reviewing the report with them. Okay. Errors identified. Providers receive a weekly report from Access. Their most common errors were from unmatched units. The errors could be related to one of the following entries by case manager in CA165 screen. Service code error, units error, modifier error, and data service error. And that's why providers were unable to do it. Next slide. Case managers must coordinate services recommended by the following. Services must be authorized on CA165 before provider provides the services. Then in-home care service referral to provider before services starts. Access has instructed providers to contact case manager via email if there is no prior authorization 2 weeks before services start. Before it expires, sorry. If the provider has not received the prior authorization 3 days before it expires, the provider will notify access. Okay. Any questions? So we were talking about communication earlier, the last section. When we were meeting with these providers, first of all, there's 22 providers that we're going to have to work very closely with when it comes to EDD. Some of so far, the ones that we have met with have told us that they're having a hard time getting prior authorizations. That's the biggest problem that they're having, is that we've met with them over the years a couple of times, and some of them have said, we tried what you said, Rachel. We're sending the emails to them and they're not responding to us. So we don't know what else to do, because we're at the point where we don't want to see a member go without services. We know and understand we're going to risk not getting paid if the PA is not authorized. What if the units have changed? We don't know exactly what is going to be approved. So we're not sure what we're going to need to provide. Maybe the member's level of care has changed. We can't determine any of that if we don't have a PA. And they had some really good points. And so the report the data that we had shared earlier is it's called unmatched units in our EDV system. Anytime the provider is getting a claim denial for unmatched units, that means one of those areas in C165 is not correct. Either the modifier is not correct, the units is not correct, maybe the date span is not correct. Something is not correct that is not communicating back to the EDV system. So whatever your case managers put in CA 165, the agency, direct care agency, gets that communicated to them every single night. When your case managers were updating CA 165 today, tomorrow morning, the data system will update with whatever your case manager approved the day before. So they'll know. But because it takes a day lag, and sometimes on the weekend they can put it in Friday and it won't show up in the SunData till Monday. In that instances, the provider was like, what if that happens? Well, they can go to the provider portal. Immediately, once they enter that PA, the case manager enters the PA, within seconds, the provider portal will update with the PA. The PA will be there. So that is their backup. So if you see the PA, case manager has authorized it, the provider will see on the provider portal that the PA is now existing. They can go ahead and start rendering services if they want. They don't have to wait for the EDU to show up on their side. So, but on our end, when they get a denial, we get a copy of that denial report. Bandana goes through that every single week. And we have one provider that has over 1,000 errors. I mean, every single week, it's like poor things, if they have 1,000 errors, but they're the ones who use third-party vendor. So they go to a third-party vendor. Their third-party vendor is not communicating with the SunData system very well. So there's kind of a we still need to meet with them, but provider that we met with, they're having issues with getting authorizations from the communication continues. So you'll see more. I put on she can take over that now. Send those notifications out to you all to let you know service plans have not been updated, case managed or kind of follow up on those prior authorizations that are outstanding. So it's important that they do their one way to kind of fix that is do the reviews on time. If that's not possible, and if it continues to happen, maybe internally you might need to change the processes where you allow them to authorize the whole one if the reviews to that one. I don't know. That's an internal decision you can make on your own. But that's one of the areas that we're starting to see more of. Because now we have somebody to watch it. Watch it. When we met with the provider last week, was not a good news because they were not using a device. And I think one of the issues that you all are having is that some providers are not using a device. I let him say whatever he wanted to say. And after he was done, I said, So you're telling me you enter these timesheets for them, right? You said, yeah, I go to send data and I put in the time. Why aren't you using a device? Because they don't have reception. Have you tried the mobile device that Sendata provides? No, I didn't know you could have that. All right, did you attend the Sendata training? Yeah, I did. Well, how could you not know that? And I gave him actually literally 2 weeks with it. I said, you need to get these devices within 2 weeks. I need you to include me on the ticket. I need to know that you ordered these devices because that is not allowed. You are probably one of the reasons why some members want to transition to another agency because your type of agency does not require those type of devices. It is not appropriate and you are not meeting the federal requirements if you're not using a device. So we kind of gave them a little spiel about it, and not even 5 minutes after our meeting, he said we need to get those devices. So she's monitoring that on her end to ensure the service delivery is happening for those members in the home. So we now have a full staff, from the front end to the back end. You guys are basically the front end where you're putting in the service authorization to meet the members' needs. Internal staff is reviewing them, making sure that they're, that if they have to approve something, they're approving it. They're also monitoring to help you all because we know you are very busy by providing those reports to you. And then when the after services are rendered, she's the one that's following up with these agencies. We can actually literally see the GPS location of the workers clocking in and clocking out too. So they all know that this is coming more and more. We're weeding out all of those ones that are not using devices. So if they don't have a mobile device or a fixed device on a wall, they have to have a key fob. And those are some of the things you probably need to have your case managers have a conversation with them on. What type of device are you using? How do you clock in and out? Because at the end of the day, they're supposed to sign off on agreeing that they, that they got the services that they needed for the day. That's how they confirm it, called verification. So when they get if they have the key fob, they'll have a paper timesheet. So the key fob will give them numbers. When they press it, they'll give them a number. That number has to be as they're clocking. When they clock out, they hit the key fob again. It'll locate their GPS, give them a number. It has to be written on the paper timesheet. And then that paper timesheet will then need to go back to the agency. The agency will then go in and verify services were rendered by going into the Sendata system. They'll look at the GPS clock in. They'll look at the time, make sure it matches the paper timesheet, and then they'll go ahead and verify it. So they're verifying or testing that service was rendered to the member. So, it's a full circle that we make. We all work together, and I did let them know you're part of this. We need to make sure that you're rendering services, and this is how we do it. So that protects you guys from hovering over them and saying, did they provide services? Are they getting services? It kind of helps you relieve that stress. I know there was some case managers that were really monitoring the agencies at one point in time. There were. Now that EMD took that responsibility away from you along with the contingency plan, they now are responsible for that too. So I hope that you can see, because we do run data on that. We do have a report that Barbara maintains based on the data that we receive, and she creates those graphs and charts to show me, hey, we need to reach out to this provider, we need to provide more education, we need to do this. So she maintains that data also internally, so we can monitor these providers that provide services in the home. But she doesn't only do tribal ALTCS, she does AIHP too. So we monitor in-home services for AIHP.
Rachel, are we now telling the member which agency to go with? Or is it still their choice?
It's their choice.
Okay.
Always has been. Yes. We're hearing some of that too.
Yeah, we're
agencies. They're telling us, well, the member told me that the case manager is telling them to go with this agency, and they're threatening to take my member away from me. So, like, I don't know about that. I can't really go off of hearsay, but it is members' choice. And if the member feels like their rights are being taken away from them, they have a right to, report it to their, program leadership. Reporting it to me is just hearsay. And sometimes when you have these meetings with providers, they'll tell you one thing and then you go back over here and you're hearing something else. But I always say, I trust the programs. I trust that they're going to take care of this, and I trust that they know who works underneath them and that they take the actions that they need when it comes to service plan. So I really can't step over their toes and say, hey, that case manager didn't do this. Your case manager is not taking care of that. I can't do that because they already have leadership internally that takes care of that. All I could do is provide them reports. If you show me proof of a referral or your SunData system, and if you show me proof that this hasn't been updated, yeah, I can communicate that to you. But I'm not going to directly contact the manager and say, you haven't done this, you're not doing this right. That's not my place. That's because your case managers report to you all. They don't report to me. So I try to make sure that I continue to follow that chain of command. So, but if I do see when they're telling me something, I look at the service plan as they're talking to me and I'm like, wait a minute, they are right. There's no service authorization for the month of October. What happened? So then I just say, okay, well, show me what you see, send it to me so that I can forward it on to the tribe so that they can get it situated and get it corrected. So that's how we handle it. But we never tell agencies to go out to this tribe and, push to render services to the tribal members. You all know which providers that you trust and who does a good job. And I know White Mountain really, really drilled it down to only a certain amount of providers within the tribal community because there was that abuse that was happening. They really said, no, we don't want this no more. We only want our agency alone. And that's all they wanted. And we said, no, you can't do that because then you're not giving them another choice. You got to give them a number of choice. You're going to have to allow another provider to come in. So now they have a choice between the two agencies. So that's what they implemented. They now have two agencies within the tribe and limit the number of providers that were going in and off the reservation because some of these provider agencies were not even owned by American Indians at all. They're in the community. So they weren't culturally sensitive also. So they weeded those ones out and decided to do. But in some cases, you can't do that because you don't want to call to care also. Some agencies might not have enough workers. So from that perspective, it's really a tribal decision if that was the route that you all were going to go to. But I think we have plenty of agencies now that service our members, but we want to make sure that they're also in compliance.
I think what I've noticed last maybe almost a year now, overseeing program, there's tons and tons of like competition for members and like over first on Navajo. And it's really interesting because we've been doing a lot of outreach too as well, providing information to the public on the program and how to apply, and just circling some of the booths for these home care agencies. You can see the competitiveness there because they have signs up that say sign up for long-term care here. If you want to become a provider for your loved one, sign up here. They're advertising in that way on Navajo. So I know one of the team members was like, can they do that? Are they able to just hand out applications and, advertise in that way to try to draw members into, their agencies? I know it's very competitive, but is there a point where it crosses the line when you see those type of advertisements?
It does, but if they weren't there as a resource, if the tribe never implemented some sort of resource for those members, then where's the member going to go to help, to seek for help? They really wouldn't be in a place. They wouldn't know where to go, where to start, because that whole application process is a lot of work. the requirements and documentation that needs to be included for them to get approved. I would honestly say Hannah Autumn can attest for that because they work with eligibility their program in-house. They help members apply. They also even go as far as going to the member's home, not the program itself, but within that program, they go to the member's home and they get documents because some members can't go to, make copies, so they help them. And the tribe took on that responsibility to be able to go out to these communities in areas where members do really need help. They're the one that's bringing the members on board. I think it's in the aging and adult services, right? Yeah. And then they have their own program also while the member is waiting for them to get, qualified for long-term care. And they start the application process. Then they provide that service also if there is a member in need. Because sometimes with eligibility, I really don't know how all of that works, but I heard it's really hard to get on. There are questions that they may not understand. There are things that our elders don't understand, and they may not know how or what to do. And that's where some agencies, I could say, that are manipulating our members, because then they become the healthcare decision maker for those members. So when the communication starts happening between eligibility, it's happening between that healthcare decision maker. Whoever applies is happening between the two, and the member doesn't even know what's going on. All they know is this agency worker. We had one agency worker who was notorious for that. We had to meet here because we heard the same complaint again. And we said, you cannot do that. Once you apply for the member has a choice. If you want to take on that responsibility, that's you. If the nation doesn't have any service like that to help the member, that's really something you're just doing. You're not going to get paid for applying for members, because members should be given those resources and given the resources on how to apply, where to apply, what services are out there for these members when it comes to eligibility. But no one within some nations are taking that responsibility. Yeah, you can give out the flyers. The tribe can give out flyers and pamphlets on how to apply and everything. But really, honestly, when you're thinking about it, some members don't even have transportation to make sure to submit those documents. There's no one following up with that number. So really, who else comes to the rescue? The attendant care agency. They come in and then they start soliciting their services. And then some were even threatening the members to say, I applied for you. You can't go to another agency. We had to actually meet with that agency 2 times already. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It shouldn't be happening that way, but eventually the member gets qualified. And I think when they get qualified, that's where in CA 160, the PMMIS 1600, it's then that case manager's responsibility to educate. You have a choice. You can go with any agency that you want. Here is a list of agencies that we have. You can pick any choice. Are you happy with your services? How did you apply? How did you get on? If you ever feel like you're not happy with them, you have I can give you a list of agencies that can service this community. Those are the way that the communication should be happening. But it is happening. You heard it. And some provider agencies, they just tell you that they're doing that. And it's like, what? With this one agency that's not using devices, I told them I'm going to end up having to have the members move. They have about 10 members. I said, if you don't get in compliance, I'm going to request for your members to be moved to another agency through the tribal case manager, because you have to be in compliance with EED. So if we do find that out, we'll let you all know they're not in.
I think we're running a little bit behind right now. And you're up.
Next slide. Well, I have my little notes here. I'm going to go back to my little notes here. Just really quick, because we are running up against time. What time is it now?
It's 11:51.
We were gonna go to lunch at 11:45, so.
We just go through these really quick. Everything is updated in policy. Remember what I said earlier, that it is our job, your job to communicate these updates in policy. We're gonna quickly go through some of these slides. I went ahead and I went to make sure that the updates were in these policies. When it comes to home delivered meals, one of the things that was a disadvantage to members getting their meals was that, you know, where they have to sign off on it. I think that was approved by the agency. It went through the policy work routine. It went through trouble consultation. Some of these were all updated back since we haven't covered each policy for the last the 2 quarterly meetings. So I'm just bringing some of these policy updates to your attention. And I know some of you supervisors are also already on this. You're aware of these changes that were made. So just having it on a slide deck, I think is going to really help you to communicate that to the case managers. And the case managers have access to these PowerPoints too. So they can't say, no one told me that there was an update in the policy. So we want to make sure that we're putting all the updates to the policy on here. As far as the home health services, I know there was questions and concerns related to G-Tube and who was going to be monitoring those services. Of course, it says the contractor will be monitoring those services. In our cases, it will be us. And when I was looking at this, I said, all they have to do is make sure that when they're doing the review assessment, that they're asking these questions. If you know that there's a family member that's providing this specific service in one thing, you have to make sure, were they trained by a licensed nurse, home health nurse, because you want to avoid any type of risk. So those are questions that you may have if you have members who complete to. One slide on policy. I just want to make sure that I hit every single one of them. But there was a lot of updates in AMPM 1600. Case file standards, there was just really references that were put in there of where you can find additional information, language, adding language to ensure copies of the are given to the member, and also having that discussion with your member to ensure who do you want us to share this PCSP with, getting their consent, making sure that they're involved, because sometimes if you just share it with them, other family members may not know, and or that family member has questions. They're in maybe at one of the reviews with the member, and 1 month, and then the next review they're not there. But then you get a phone call after that review from that family member and say, I want to know what's going on. Maybe there's conversation that you can have with the member to say, who can I share this with? So you're not basically repeating yourself over and over again. The assessment was if they give consent for you to do that. And then also providing education. The case manager's role is really providing that education to your members when it has to deal with fraud, waste, and abuse or exploitation. Please keep that in mind, because education is the biggest part. When we talk about communication, they're at the member level communicating with them. They need to make sure that the member understands what the review is about, where they can provide that support to them. They have to make sure that all of that is they're aligning with policy, so that no one comes back and say, well, I never knew about that. There's been cases where I have family members calling me and I say, well, aren't you familiar with this policy? And then no, well, everyone has access to these policies. It's online. And if you are going to be the healthcare decision maker, I really encourage you to learn about the policy and learn about the benefits your loved ones have, so you can advocate for your loved one. If you don't know, you can't just blame the case manager, because you should be at the assessment asking these questions. And you can also help to advocate for your member also. So I always refer them back to the policy, even though they're family members. I refer them back there and tell them they need to learn more about it. And that's where the education is a big piece of the puzzle when it comes to your members. The next two are the same thing regarding the 1600 formatting, adding electronic signature. That was approved. Are you all aware of that? I think some of you all are still having to send it out to, the member. Now it is allowed to add an electronic signature, in lieu of the wet signature. That is allowed. Also, that has been updated in policy. I believe that was over, maybe I think it was May that it was updated. And they've slowly been integrating it to different programs. And programs were basically, or I should say health plans, have been slowly integrated. The first one of those ones where the case manager may have reviewed the PCSP, but they need to follow up on it. You can send it to the member. And I don't know if you all have DocuSign or how they can sign it. They can send it back to you to approve that they approve the PCSP. Because there might be something that you want to still follow up and you want to document it on the PCSP. In that case, you can do that too. They can electronically sign that document. So that was a good thing for us. So we don't have to make all that long drive back over there to get their consent, to sign off on PCSP. And case file documentation standards, again, same thing, pretty much sharing it with the member gets a copy. And there was in the IGA, I don't know if you all have looked at it, in the IGA, and I think you all are going to probably go back and look at it. I didn't know about this, but when your case files are closed out, you have to send access or request of those files to destroy them because they are access property. Mm-hmm. It's in the IGA. Yeah.
Lots of them.
you have to notify us to pick it up.
We have our own case, so they can
Yeah.
have access to it.
I don't know if that was on my to-do. Priority rate.
I seen that and I'm like, I wonder if they know this. It's in here in the IGA because we've always thought that you could destroy on your end, right? But they're not. They have to be sent back to Access so that Access can destroy those. So I don't think internally they're gonna like it, but I have to communicate. Ask them.
Because we're now electronic, so how would that work?
You're the first one who went electronic full terms. I would probably need to ask them how we handle those ones because I think it would have to do something with your system.
Okay.
The file transfer might have to be, it has to do with the system. I think our IT team would need to know how you're doing it because all that information the case file needs to come back to Access because it is Access's property basically.
Great. In the IGA, also says that the issue has to have these file retention.
That's it.
First. I'm just throwing in the right. I thought I saw 6, but maybe 5.
Yeah.
So
After 5 years, let us know.
do we keep a copy and send you it back immediately?
It says that we have to. It has to. These are for cases that are closed.
Right.
I know it's for cases that are closed. Right. So in that instance, we have to take it because the member, by the time it's closed, right, the member is either deceased or the member is no longer with your health plan. They've enrolled into another health plan and they haven't been with your health plan for 5 years.
That's just potential.
Yeah.
So if it's beyond 5 years, what do you?
Oh, then we're gonna need a semi truck to go out there. Yeah, and that's one of the concerns that I had was internally, I really need to speak to my leader about it because in the IGA it states that, and I don't think it's ever applied to. So I need to make sure that I have that communication with my leadership so I can advise you, okay, what is the next step to this for those ones that are beyond 5 years? What do we need to do? Cases that have been closed or members that have, for whatever odd reason, they've been closed. We need to do something about it. Otherwise, you're going to have to make a bigger room for your case, in your case, just to get these other documents. Next slide. Service plan monitoring, there's always updates in this where I think there was confusion between providers and provider agency. And I think that has a lot to do with direct care agency. So they made it more specific for the DCW agencies. And then, clarification for tribal ALTCS on cases of where to, report for hospice agencies that are unable or unwilling to provide medically necessary services. Those have also been updated on where you need to be reporting them. Adding references to the, PMPM, I mean, not PMPM, AMPM. I think, sorry, PMMIS in the entirety. PMMIS. This is where a lot of things, Vanessa brought this up the other day, and I didn't know what I mean. References to the screens of CA 165, right? A lot of us learned how to navigate in PMMIS. Learning how the system works. And we pretty much know how to navigate through each of the screens. As a leader, you should know those screens. You should know what screens your case manager can go to quickly, access that information when they're coordinating services. They don't always have to be coming to you. She wanted to create a reference sheet that she's created internally for the team. They use a totally different screen than what's on CA 165. But I said no, because really it is a responsibility of the program. It depends on what access you want your team members to have, how they should be obtaining this information. If last resort is print this out, show them the link, tell them to read it, and tell them to learn it. And because that PMMIS manual does give you step-by-step information of how you set up services, how you set up a case, how you set up a member. It tells you how to assign a case. It tells you all of that, how to do each one of them. Because a lot of times somebody's going to come to you and they ask you this, what's going to happen? They're going to keep coming to you. They're not going to utilize their own resources. And we do have some really good case managers that usually communicate to us and say, or to you and say, well, it says this here, but we're told to do this. And, it kind of opens everyone's eyes. And then you kind of see in those meetings too, it's like, well, we were told to do it this way, but it says it here. And then it sparks up that conversation, and changes have to be made internally. So please ensure it, really ensure that your case managers have access to the updated PMMIS manual. There's some things that have been changed in the policy that reflect that. So make sure that that information is out there for them as a training tool when you're training the case managers. I think I've already mentioned the abuse, neglect, and exploitation reporting standards, some things, prior authorization, adding service categories, personal care, acute care hospitals, and private duty nursing. Direct care services, pretty much the same thing as the flexibility for in-home care services. I really don't know how that's going to work with us until I find out how we're going to make this work for your case managers, because if they're in an inpatient setting, we really do need to figure out internally how we can work this to ensure that we have that service available to the members in the event. I don't think it's going to be a lot of members. I think it's going to be very few members, because most cases, if they're getting in-home care services, most of those services are part of the per diem that provider would get paid for. So in certain instances, I do need to know at what point can we do this? At what point do we implement this? But your case managers will be part of it. I think, Lakeisha, you had an experience with a BHRF one time, right? Was it a BHRF or behavioral health for a child or something? Remember, we had to go back.
Oh, I remember that.
They needed that support.
You had to go to a group home, right?
Trying to find a direct care group home.
Yeah. We've had many experiences with different types of services. How we said, oh no, they cover that, but then we found out that they needed that additional service that was not under that per diem for that provider agency or that provider. So in those cases, we can work, and I think that's where the challenges were, so that they updated the policy to kind of assist in those areas where if a provider is not able to provide a specific service, we're able to come in and utilize this benefit for the member. Did you have a question?
No, I was going to comment on
If they tell you how you use it, in regard to when the member goes into a hospital setting, they're supposed to be standby, you know, assistance for that particular member. In most cases, the settings don't have that type of staffing, so they're not able to provide that standby assistance for the members. So whether it be that the member needs standby assistance for behavioral health, or it might be because they need constant verifications, or it could be that they have some sort of reaction when they're in the hospital, they want to wander, take off out the door, it's gone, you know, that type of thing. That's when we have that discussion with the nursing staff, basically just like an internal, you know, hospital staff. And then the hospital staff will express to me that they do need standby assistance or, you know, a one-to-one basically, is what it is. And then we put that into the CSP, and then we those approvals to basically add those additional units into the system, and then we bring a provider in, probably the existing provider, which generally tends to be the family member already, so they're already in the hospital with the member, and they're just providing that extra assistance where in most cases it's related to behavioral health or it's related to wandering.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the cases with the behavioral health setting that member went to. But the issue I have with this is, will CA 165 accept it? That's the problem that I have with it, because if there's a hospital code in the CA 165, and that hospital code is set up by the case manager, I honestly don't think it's going to set up the long care service, because we're going to have to test that piece out before. I mean, it is a benefit, and if there is a need for that member in those scenarios that Rita had mentioned, there is that benefit for that member. But still, when the member is inpatient, you're supposed to be notified, and of course, some members don't tell you, you know, and especially those members who may not be able to advocate for themselves or communicate, and there's those barriers in communication, either if it's language, or, you know, they're just not able to communicate, then we really do need to make sure that we're there to support our members. So we won't know if that benefit could be utilized unless the case manager gives you the reach out to make sure that services were being rendered to the member, even if they're in the hospital.
And internally, can you test one?
We can test one internally. Yeah, yeah. So can you jot that down? Let's see if we can test inpatient service code with care services.
Inpatient.
You know, when they set up the inpatient code in PMIS, is see if it'll take the S5125 along at the same time, same days of service.
Are we talking about hospitalization, the A23? Yes, it will, because you're using the dummy code. For the A23, it does. Okay. That's the only time it will allow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If it'll allow it, then.
Yeah, that's the only time it will allow. So who was it who asked that question?
It was me.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. So if you have A23 and a member received attendant care services at home on that same day, it will allow.
It's in the hospital.
That's what I said, A23. That's
They
what.
want to use the S5125 in the hospital.
Oh, in the hospital.
Yeah. No, that's what we need to do. I don't know if it's gonna allow us to set up
It will allow in the system.
Yeah, we're gonna need to provide some.
Okay, we'll have
some
to find
resources and information to you all on that, just so that you know, we tested it, and this is how you can do it.
I know.
Right now. Oh, really? ECW sitting next to the member right now.
I think policy
That'll
does.
be our test then.
So-
Send us over that case and the member name, and is it because, are they helping the member go to the bathroom, do their ADLs? What's going on? They don't have that staff at the
Language
hospital?
barrier.
I'm pretty sure that policy does allow it.
Yeah. Yeah,
But I'll
let's
look it
test
out.
that out. Yeah, send us the access ID number. And then we can go ahead and, work with you on that. If you could coordinate with Sony and we can get that, because if they are there providing that service, it is allowed.
Yeah,
We gotta make it work.
pretty sure policy does allow it, yeah.
That was the update. And then behavioral health crisis, we all know that there are, ways to notify everyone that the member has been in a crisis. There has been updates in that policy. Prior authorization, there's certain areas that we provided, clarification on the prior authorization for coordinating care for members, especially in the BERFs, the behavioral health setting with all the stuff that's going on with behavioral health. I think, that they really need that policy to add more language to, provide more information, not only to you all, but also to the providers, just to make it more transparent to the providers, because some providers were saying, well, that wasn't allowed before. Well, it doesn't state this in policy, so with everything that has happened with behavioral health, we really focused on that policy to make sure that we were clear on the service side of what our requirements are for those providers. I don't think we'll have time for this. Again, we've already talked about this. I don't want to leave it like we did worse. I mean, we know what the IGA says. We know we're in partnership. I think I went off on that one already, so we can go ahead and fix that. This was just diversity. You all know your members very well. You know the culture, the community. And then please be mindful of your team members also. I'm sorry. I wish I could help your team members. I wish I could be out there to tell your team members everything's okay. We're going to work it out. We're going to make things happen. That's really beyond my control. But I can communicate with you all. And I hope you feel that when we bring stuff to access, the concerns are addressed, and you all are always helping us to eliminate barriers if there are barriers that are identified. I hope you all feel that way, because we really want to hear you out. We know everyone has come from a different background. We know everyone has different issues that going on in their life. I deal with that. I hear that, with THP. I hear it from CDB. I hear it from my team. I hear it from everyone. But we all have to come together at the end of the day to make things happen for our members. So building that strong support system for your team. We've done a lot, as I mentioned before. I already talked about this. Over the past couple of years, we've put so much things out there, and I hope you all see that we really have been trying hard to make it easier for all of you. Your ideas had a big part in that too. So, pat yourself on the back. I haven't had anybody chop my head off or yell at me, or there's some things about, oh, why are you putting that all in capital letters? Kind of an insight. Etiquette about how we're doing our presentation, back and forth on making sure that we weren't yelling at you. All those kind of things we have to make sure that we're improving on our end just as much. But you all will take some of this resources back and implement some changes of how we're talking to each other, how we're communicating, how we're training each other, how we're doing cross training internally, externally to the providers, to the members. Very important how we communicate with all of the providers and pass that number. So we continue to if you have a how did I do it? Oh, 15 minutes over. All right. That's all we have right now. We'll wait
We were supposed to come back at 1, but
are we putting time at 1:15?
let's do 1:30, but let's do 1:30, but I'll whip through the ones I'm going to go through, try to cut back on time. We'll try to speed it up.
Okay.
So Rachel, that is approved. That is something that's approved in policy.
Yeah.
And it does allow it. PMMIS does allow it.
Oh, it allows it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Someone work like
is there any place close to looking for that, but no, we do not, so we gotta go outside. Do you guys know the area very well? Is
There's that Mexican restaurant right there on that Buren. If you go back on 19th Avenue and then you just go back east and it's like, if you were to go straight across, you'll be right there. But I think you have to go around the Capitol and go back on Van Buren and you'll be right there. It'll be on your right-hand side. There's a Mexican restaurant there. That's the closest one. I would say the substation, but I wouldn't. So now I asked about it. I still love their salad. Yeah.
I don't know.
So then you can have it's 5.25.
Just looking at what's close by.
if they're going
I have to go to, if you have to start with LP next. So are you next on the agenda? If, I'm gonna have to go downtown to print those certificates.
Okay.
Because nobody responded.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So,
I'm not going to go right now.
Where are you going?
Yeah. We have one more hour.
Well, ride with somebody. Okay. Yeah, right with somebody. I hate
I have a lot of cards.
Yeah. You guys have,
Yeah. I know. If I know.
sure.
oh, is it going anywhere? Annie, you're not going nowhere?
Oh, I didn't see if Lakeisha's coming back.
Oh, she left you.
She probably did. It's okay.
You snooze, you lose.
Okay.
Okay. I just don't want to get out of that parking lot.
I know, that's what
know.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. I know. That's why I told the ladies, I said, we tried to get something closer, but we couldn't. There was no space available. We've lost the one building. We only have, the 801 building, but, the seating is only, I think we could fit all of us in there, maybe like 24 people. Yeah, that's, I wish we had just had it there, but we thought everyone was gonna be there, so we just thought. Okay. I gotta go to that facility anyways. How's your team been doing, Tony?
That's your bad.
Oh, by the way, thank you for helping me with that,
Oh, that guy?
he was really rude to me. And I finally told legal to get involved. I'm like, are you telling me this is a requirement? Because you know, when you don't have, oversight on provider registration, there's only so much you can say to a provider. From my standpoint, I'm just like, you're nobody. You don't give us the approval. They weren't willing to work with me on it. And I had to tell them, shouldn't provider registration be doing this and telling them that they're not in compliance? Why am I doing it? But, yeah, and yeah, thanks to, I don't know who said what, but he immediately sent me an email.
Well, Karen tried to say her part. And I just told them, you know, the impact you're gonna leave on the family by losing your ID number and not being able to bill and us having to move them somewhere else, you know, that's gonna create a problem because the facility was created to bring the elders back to the nation because this is where they want to be. And they tried to throw back at us that they did not apply for the ID number, somebody else applied for it.
But you're providing services on
And I
behalf of
said,
the
well,
community.
then here's your ID number, I'll provide a registration, ask them who signed off on it. And they kept trying to blame the chairman. Well, which chairman? Because you guys have been in business for how long? I said, and ask them for the policy, and you're gonna see in there that it's part of a requirement that you guys are supposed to submit to an audit.
Mhm.
And so then I printed that information also. I gave it to Karen so she could see it. I'm sitting there quoting it to them, and they just got quiet and they just did not know what to say, like, really? And
Yeah.
I'm like, how could they not believe Rachel?
They didn't, he was the one that was giving me a hard time. I mean, no matter how nice I was to him, he just wouldn't let us in. He wouldn't let us in. And then finally, when Mercy Care said, we haven't done an audit since last year.
Yeah.
And that was because they were saying Mercy Care came in and they audited us, you know, and then we found out, they said, no, they haven't done it since last year. And then the agency legal team then were like, even the legal team, they didn't want to listen to the legal.
Well,
team.
it's a good thing you told me about Mercy Care because I told them that, you know, you keep using this information about an audit being done by Mercy Care. I said, that has nothing to do with these tribal members. They're a whole different crowd. I said, Mercy Care is an MCO. I said, this is fee for service, a group of fee for service individuals that are under our plan here. I said, that's different. I said, if we kept turning it all different ways, and finally, I don't know, the light bulb went on at some point. So we followed up with them the next day, and they said they were going to make contact with you, and they notified us, and they said they talked to you. Did you do your audit with them?
It's coming up November 14th.
Oh, okay.
We're going on November 14th. And it was another person. It wasn't that guy that I was dealing with.
Yeah, there was two other guys that were sitting in with them. So that probably was one of them. Find her?
She's right out there.
Oh, okay.
It was so crazy. I'm like, oh goodness sake, this guy act like it was his building. Like I said, you don't understand that this is going to really impact us. I said, if you don't allow us to come in to do the audit, then you're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
You're not. It's a federal requirement. And he just wouldn't listen. But he got it, and we got it through, and it was just, it was amazing. Like, how can they challenges? And the sad thing about it was when we met with them, they made they said they wanted to work with I think the company that came in, or the organization that came in to kind of have that rolled out on TO for that facility to be there. They had the same group pitching to access, saying, we were very successful in Hopi reservation to where we helped them open up a facility. We got the ball rolling. We helped them from the ground up, and they were telling, my leadership all this, but I know the back end story of that facility. It didn't work. They shut down, and it's really sad how it happened because they were saying they were the ones who implemented that out there. They're the ones who opened up that facility, but yet it got shut down. And I know what happened, why it got shut down. They didn't talk about that to my leadership. So my leadership was like, oh yeah, you should, reopen it. And yeah, they're really encouraging them. But I heard, myself, I heard that Hopi doesn't want them back because they didn't know how to run business.
Yeah.
So they said, we don't want them back. We want somebody else if it's ever going to open up again. So I don't know what the main issue was behind that, but it had a lot to do with they brought their own people in. And when they brought their own people in, they didn't understand the culture, the dynamics, and the requirements. And I swear, just a lot of crazy things happened with them. So I knew that back end story. And I'm like, yeah, okay, keep talking. I'm just sitting there. But then I said, but you're not in compliance with this. They didn't want to listen to me. And then finally I said, okay, well, they're not listening. So if you have to shut them down, go ahead, because I did the best I can. For over a year, I was patient with him.
And all they kept telling me is, I've not talked to Rachel.
Yeah,
I've
I have
never
emails.
I've never gotten any emails or never gotten any calls, nothing. And he just kept denying it. Only thing we heard about him was that he came from Clearinghouse, and he brought his whole crowd over down there.
Oh.
We don't know how or what happened or why he left Clearinghouse, but that's the only thing we heard.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's they get these provider agencies in there or providers in there. And that's one of the things. It's like, oh man, if I could just go home and open skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities and really advocate. We need to hire, because we have so many smart young college graduates that can do the job.
Yeah.
Tiana, I'm really, really mentoring her. She has her master's degree, and she's going for her PhD right now. And it's like, we have young American Indians that can do this job, and maybe do better than me, somebody that can really advocate. So I'm really telling her, she's going to join me in that audit there, on the reservation there. So I told her, I need you to watch me and listen to me and learn that you can advocate the way where you're not combative and you're not really saying a hard no, because when it comes to tribe, you really have to explore, and look at the barriers and the challenges for you to be able to help them to succeed, because that's the goal, is we help them to succeed. And a lot of people before me didn't see it that way. They looked at us like a contractor, like an MCO, but they pay the MCO like $600 per member per month, right? But that's because they have doctors on staff, they have nurses on staff, they can afford to hire these other people. With us, you can still do it, and the IGA it allows you to do that, but will your tribe approve that budget? That's the problem. The tribe does not want to approve the budget, because what's going to happen, they have to fork up the money up front first. Once the services started getting utilized, or that worker starts working, that's when you report it to Access and say, okay, here's our quarterly report, hired a new staff, and then you'll get reimbursed for those additional staff.
And that's our problem with our tribe, is that they don't understand. That's why they won't budge with releasing the expenditure reports or the budgets to show that they were carrying us for how many years now with the tribal budget. And they just keep saying they want to hear it from you.
I told them.
We've gotten no response when we're going to meet. We have no response from them yet. So I don't know where we're going to go with this. We're just kind of still waiting on whoever.
Some things it takes more work, but it's a lot. Even internally, our finance team, you know, you all submit requests. Then they really critique everything. And then they push you back and it's like, you gotta understand where they're coming from. But George is really good. George is another person that they hired. He understands the challenges of the communities. I think he lived by the tribal community, or I think he went to school with tribal members. So he understands the barriers and stuff. So yeah, you just gotta do it. It's just gotta take the work of the tribe.
Do you need to call? I'm sorry, Rika.
I'm going to the bathroom.
That's why I had to run out. I was waiting for them to send me the link. But they just send you the link when you just need to log in. So
Oh, wow.
I saw it. I know. I'm like, oh my goodness. It was for our ALTCS case manager. They were just approving the job description. So, yeah. So now we go out. Yeah. Gonna bring so much to our program.
Yes. I know. I mean, you got to fight hard sometimes. It's like, I'm so glad, you know, that support is going to be there for you all.
Yeah, well, we thank you for, giving us, the support, that we needed to do that.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, when I first went there, it's like, Keisha, we can do this, we can do this. It's like, yeah, but until you really, said something and, that it's, like,
Yeah.
let's do this, let's plan on doing this and this. And I'm like, yeah, because we need that, the office specialist that she didn't ask for. Okay, eventually,
Yeah. I mean, even if you get it, just, even if you go through with getting it, it's just the tribe. If the tribe understands they're going to front the money for the first quarter of that person's salary, yeah, if the tribe works with you like that, you can get the ball rolling. Once it starts rolling and they get on staff, it'll become.
well, that's how they got me. They did go through.
Yeah.
She put it through and they okayed it, and that's how I.
Mhm.
Not that it was for me, but
Yeah.
it really was for me. But that's just what you're doing. What you do with me. So, it's just understanding, I think, the whole process. And,
Yeah.
Because there's so much in it, because I think even with the home health, that we have such a hard time. Yeah, even if we could get her to do it.
I mean, I was thinking, can the community health center, can they hire somebody that would be available to you all? Or, I mean, if you got a nurse, I think that would help, but they're not going to be rendering the services though.
Right.
So I think that's the biggest challenge you all have with your health services.
Yeah.
Well, we're right now gathering some data on how many referrals are being received for the whole community. With my chief nursing officer, trying to see if we can buy justification for establishing our own health. So that's what I'm doing now. Yeah. So we'll see. Fingers crossed.
Well, you've done miracles. So
Yes.
you've done miracles. So I know you're going to get it done. Yeah. You're going to get it done. So there's a cafeteria. There's no cafeteria.
No, right here, the cafe. It's not
Where? What cafe?
I saw a cafe when I walked in through the breezeway.
I was told there was no cafe here.
It had, I think, because it talked about coffee and different stuff you can get there.
Oh, like maybe snacks.
Oh, it's just snacks.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think there's no food.
Okay.
I don't think there's food. Don't get our hopes up. See ya.
How do you feel? Really nervous. Why do you feel nervous? Because I feel like
I just got out of the place. So the new lives? No, I just adjusted my glasses and then put it back in shape and then, a little bitty loose. That's that on my glasses. Yeah. We saw it, but we just. Saw it? That on it, and then I brought Kaya's glasses and get fixed. What's wrong with him? His temple was broken, remember? I put super glue on it, and they're like, "Oh no, you can't have put super glue on it." She goes, "Next time you guys get expensive glasses or frames, even just a generic frame," she goes, "I'm trying to covers where the screw goes. It's hard to come out. It's hard for us to take it out." So what do you think fixed? I don't know. I don't know. You should I know. I'll just remove them. And then there's also something about it. These would be water texture. I only said yeah, and 15 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes. Are you done? Oh, it's not there. No, that's not. Oh, it's a lunch break. That's something. No, no, provided again. I was like 15 minutes late. I want to bring over to. I wouldn't have been late if I didn't have to sign it. You have to figure the other girls again? Who's the other girl? It's a different school. Oh, the manager team. It's not. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's a lot of time. Oh, but it's literally, no. Yes. Which is like, him, orange, they did like the players. There's a couple other people. And then she was like, yeah, I'm going to put some kind of like, wow, I didn't say. How do you penalize the person place? I know I came from Susan and doing kind of like before, and then super and that. We're supposed to get done with like the and my plan was supposed to be a surprise, but I don't know what to do. Yeah. 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 I got them back on Monday. Yeah, I was off in Instagram too. Yeah. My plan was to go back, talk to you, and then head back. Because I kind of already packed, so the seats are loaded up in my ride. So stay until Tuesday afternoon and then come back after that. I don't know if I should go, if it's gonna be too late for me to go back, or if I should just go. Cause I packed, cause I don't know if I should do it this week, or if I should wait until next Wednesday, and then get back to my morning class. And stay Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I know, that's why I wanna go. I wanna go watch the game tomorrow. When's the Espanol? Where's the Moriarty? Next week? Oh, this is one. Mhm. Yeah, because I was looking at Espanol, there's right there. I think that I had two. Bernalillo, they barely beat Bernalillo by. So I don't know if there's some big thing game, that's why I want to go in the morning. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad. Yeah, because I don't know, but it's kind of interesting. Like, not for me, or for children. Yeah, well, but once you back home, like, you were gonna all of a sudden, like, super early, like, she's like, yeah, I guess you gotta yeah. That's what I said. I was like, what if she wants us to do, like, not hang out? But I told her, I was like, Cody told me what she said. I don't understand, like, where it's coming from. I was like, I feel like it's my fault because I've been asking you guys to lie. I'm sorry if you didn't know you don't have to do it. And she was like, no, it's not bad. She was like, you know, the student, this stuff. And she was especially Cody. And then I thought, and then we all talked it out with you. And then I was like, oh, she was great. And then he was like, I think she's finding maybe ready to go back to ground. And we did all the talking. He's like, oh, and then Cody was like, oh, we should just not with him. And then so I left her alone and we were really talking and we didn't have to sleep at all. And I was getting ready to go to bed and then I said I was being pretty sleep. And she was like, why do y'all think I was asleep? And then I was like, wait, what is going on? But I didn't think anything happened until this morning. And I Cody's horrible and he was very open and upset because we didn't invite him to the class. So I was just like kind of lost about it. I think it's not serious. And so after I got off the phone with Cody, I was on her asking him. He didn't say fine, but the board of the people that he didn't have to do it. And she was like, what are you doing? Like, they won't go back and stay. And they don't know, man. They have no stuff after they do. And then they go back to the routine. And she was like, I don't know what you did out. Because they want them to do them. So I don't know. But it really just depends on what time I get back and what time I can talk with Tom. So I just do that here. And he was just like, yeah, I'm just touching on because I was going to the hospital and she would be a chance and take her back to school after. And she was like, but she was kind of being serious and more fun in the beginning and then she stopped. I think it's just more towards the cold. I think she's just being sensitive. And Cody's coming back to, or going back to the rest. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, I'm not thinking that I was willing to do it. I say jail did. Jail did want to come. I was so happy when I got one and then I feel like it's a little out of alignment, but I don't know if that's just me feeling like OCD about it or if it's fine. They said that they did. It's just like off by like maybe like a centimeter or two. But it's not too bad. And then the guy was like, well, just drive it around for a couple of days, or give it like if you feel like something's still wrong with it, you just get into town and get it like that before it's yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because when I turn to the left, it's kind of stiff still. But I think that's just because everything's warm. Let's go back. On the fabric, they like this thing also.
Well, I had that. Oh, okay. Oh, my gosh.
Maybe here's the stuff.
Where'd you guys go for lunch?
We went to the Mexican place around Denver.
No, how was it?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fast. Like else probably be hammered with them.
Chick-fil-A, we got the Mexican restaurant, we take forever. Oh, please. I said, oh, it's Saturday. I said, okay, let's find out. So I thought it was gonna be one of those, but it was like a fast food restaurant. Special order your number and then they come and bring you. Oh, so it's not Mexican food. Yeah. What's some of the sauce? Oh, yeah. And she said, oh, she was so serious, you know. Did you hear this? You can tell me.
What time is it? Oh.
Oh, we went to that Mexican place on Bermuda, and it's so fun. Just go to this, up about a block and a half, and then turn to the right, and you go to it's fast. Yeah. It's good too. You might have
I didn't know.
Oh. Yeah, we went the other direction. It's good though. And I didn't know there was a Chick-fil-A around.
I didn't either. They found it on their phones.
And I was saying, oh, if I knew that, I would say, it's from Chick-fil-A. And market salad.
2 more minutes and then we'll get started.
I don't know. I don't know where it is. Anything. All they said.
Hey, Dennis, can I have you make sure this stays awake? Sure.
So scared I'm gonna fall.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started again. Okay, so Amber's not here, so again, we're gonna get me and me, but Rachel will be here part of the time, but we're gonna go over the CESs, the special rates for the institutional gross costs, and we're gonna go over the quarterly deliverables. Okay, so that's not it. Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. All right. So on the PCSP, there's this section right here that talks about the level of care. And I know we trained each one of the tribes and we talked about this, but we want to reiterate it just to make sure that you guys are on the same page, is that when it talks about the member's level of care, only pick one. Do not pick two, pick one, because when you go to CA 162, it only allows you to pick one. And so we want to be consistent. If the member is on a respiratory, just pick that. If the member was wandering dementia, just pick that. Don't pick the level 1, 2, or 3 or whatever. Just pick one of them. Whatever is the most appropriate, whatever you're going to put on CA 162 should match that. And we also wanted to talk about is that we need to ensure that the PCSP, the UAT, and the HNT are all consistent with the level of care. And then we provided the link to the policy where it talks about the CA 162 and the level of care. That's 1620-D. Okay, go ahead and go next. And on the forums and feedback, in the progress, when we met with you guys gave us some feedback. Amber took really good notes and we talked about the things that, the issues that you guys brought up. You asked for a fillable PDF PCSP, and we are working on that. That is something, in fact, Tiana is working on it, but it's a big project to do. I know because I did the last one, but it's a lot of work. So, but we are getting it. As soon as we get it done, we'll let you know, and then we'll upload it to the digital toolbox. So you asked for the effective date on the bottom of the fax cover sheets. Now, on the fax cover sheets, we don't have control of the fax cover sheets because they are not controlled by tribal ALTCS. That is by the AIHP team, which is still under DFSM. They create it. But we'll bring it up to them and ask. But as far as those fax cover sheets, the date, we can't add that. But on our forms, we can add that. So you guys brought that up too, as you would like the date, the most current date to be on the bottom. And that's a good point. So we appreciate the different feedback that we received. On the CES, HCBS home fax cover sheet, it said the feedback was specified, verified, or attached and clarified as printouts of CA 160 and 165. So apparently we had talked about this, is that we actually need copies of the CA 160 and the CA 165 when you submit a CES packet. So that is something that we do want you to provide, not just saying verified. So we'll probably update that as well. The UAT, unfortunately, that is from the policy, and we are going to try to work on that to get it, because I know that you guys were saying that the fillable or the area where it says fillable, the member's name, it says, please fill in, and then it's like over top of each other, and it's kind of irritating, and I get it. So we're going to try to work on that. That's just not high priority for us yet because, well, we're short-staffed. It's, but we're trying. We're going to try. So that's not a really great excuse. We're not going to try to, say that's the only reason, but we are going to try to get to that. So next. Okay. And on the specialty rates, I know that we sent out to you the specialty rates for your tribal program. And that was for, I think it was effective 7/31, and that was through 9/30. That was actually 1/1/2024 up to 9/30. So the new ones So if you're creating a CA 160 for 10-1 or beyond, you should not be using the rates that we gave you for that one. You should be using the ones that Rachel just sent out last night. So you should be utilizing that for the institutional gross cost on that CA 160 and for all members in an HCBS setting, not just particular members. We asked everyone to go in and create a new one, and we didn't want you to go in and modify an existing one. We wanted you to create a new one in December, or excuse me, let me back up. In September, we wanted you to create a new one that showed that rate, even if it was the same as before. We wanted to be able to see it in the system for all members in an HCBS setting, whether at home or alternative setting. And okay, and provided the link to the policy 1620C, which is for CBS. And then the SNF, again, that rate that we sent you was actually, it's actually not 731, it was 1124 to 930. It didn't say 930, but that's what it was. And then Rachel did send those out. And the one that she sent out says 10-1, and then it says 1125. So there's two different rates on there. Yes.
So that's, the 10-1-2024 is only gonna be up until January?
No.
Get a new one in January?
No, Rachel just sent out the new one to each tribal program, and it should have 10-1-2024. So there's two different columns, one for 10-1-2024 and one for 1-1-25. Those are good until 9/30 of 2023. Because they're good from October 1st until September 30th of next year. Okay, next. And that's a little blurry, but this is the quarterly deliverables. And for those of you who are supervisors, this relates to you guys, is that this is the due dates that you are to submit your supervisory audit reports and your fixed load ratio reports. As you can see, for the first quarter, 10-1 to 12/31, that was due 1/15. The second quarter, 1/1/24 to 3/31 was due 4/15, and then 4/1 to 6/30 was due 7/15, 7/1 to 9/30 was due 10/15. And as we trained in the July quarterly meeting, would update we did update the supervisory audit report. We made it in line with policy, and we sent that out to all leaders, supervisors, and the program managers on August 13th. So we expected you to use that for the October one. That's what we stated. So go next. And on this one, this is how we track it. So we know exactly which office, and just to make sure we don't offend anybody, we just put it program 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 8. So it's not in any specific order. And it talks about, these in black tell us that they were received timely. Those that are in red, they show that they were received late, and it shows the date. And then there's comments. You see the little thing we track. We put the comments in there. If somebody had asked for an extension, or when it was received, and we track all of that. So all the way across, and you can see some of them are really consistent. And some of them are really consistent. Something happened here. These were received on time, and same here, but they used the wrong form. They used the old form. So we gave people credit for receipt, but we sent it back and said we need it put on the new form. So, so anyway, we gave them credit, but we do need it back. And going forward, they should all be on the same report. The new one that was updated 7/1/2024. Any questions about that? Okay, go next. No questions? Okay, go ahead and go next. Okay, and this is Janet. You want me to control that?
I think Eric's gonna go over it.
There's online. Okay.
So, okay. So as but unfortunately,
Oh, could you hold, I'm sorry, just 1 second. It looks like Lorinda did raise her hand. Lorinda, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, we cannot hear you. You want to put your question in the comments? And Casey, you said, will it show up on overlapping report information? What do you mean about that?
Okay, yeah, like, well, with that whole idea of providing care, authorizing attendant care with when a person is hospitalized.
Oh, uh-huh.
I just have a concern, basically, kind of that the home cares are going to really jump all over that and request that providers get paid while they're in the hospital. So I kind of think it's going to be kind of like we're going to have a open flood of requests coming to us on that. That's just kind of a concern. I don't know, maybe not, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I hear your concern, but it really depends on the it really depends on what the member needs. So if the member is if they're alert and able to do stuff for themselves, but they're in the hospital for a couple of days, it probably kind of a lot depends on the what the case manager does review and determine if the member needs that. If a hospital says we can't provide whatever it is that they are receiving, then that would be the one time. But it's not like something that every member would need. It's just on a case-by-case situation. And then I did look it up in policy, and it's in 1240A, and it does talk that access will allow under limited circumstances as specified in this policy for the provision of attendant care and personal care services while the member is hospitalized, inpatient, and emergency room setting. So it really is, I understand.
Yeah, I understand all that. I understand all that, but realistically, I mean, the home care is in there to make money, to do business, and families want to make money, and providers want to make money. So, kind of like opening a floodgate for.
I know it's possible.
It's possible.
Oh, my question was, that I posted was in reference to the overlapping, like if we put in the hospitalization and then the same service, the same date with attendant care authorized, and
It will allow it.
I know it will
So-
allow it, but I'm saying that report that comes up it's going to be on there. I'm suspecting that it would come up on that report,
On
saying
which report?
on the overlapping report.
Oh, you're talking about, invalid service placement?
Yeah, invalid. Yeah, that one. That would
Well,
be-
I think that has a lot to do with, CA 161. It does have a lot to do with that. If a member's in H setting on CA 161 and they go A23, it shouldn't come up and do that because of the fact that the A23 will be it's using the dummy code, that 029108. And so the system doesn't.
because the system's catching the, like if there's A23 on CA 165, if there's A23 enter, and it's also if they're getting attendant care, it's
If you
catching.
could you send me those members, email me a copy or just email me the members that you're seeing that it's catching on that's a specific reason and we'll research it. Okay? There's somebody else in the chat? Okay. Bring to your attention that this question comes up on 2 areas of the supervisory audit tool. Does behavioral health code on CA 161 reflect members' current status on behavioral health and community first choice? Okay, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. It comes up in 2 different areas. That you're right, the behavioral health code on CA 161, that does tell us whether the member has behavioral health or not. And it shows up on one other place, you're saying? Okay, Lorinda, why don't you email me what you're seeing and we'll research it, okay? Thank you. Tiana, go ahead.
I was we did the training on TIBCO and it was working well and we all finally got used to the system. But unfortunately, this coming quarter we are phasing out of TIBCO and we will be transitioning to the electronic data interchange, so the EDI portal. And the similar process as we do with TIBCO, we'll initiate trainings for each of the health plans, and then we'll send out meeting invites for those and just go over the training process. But Erin's gonna go over it just briefly, and then like I said, in the future, we'll send a more extensive team to go further into it. Okay, Erin.
It's not showing up on the screen.
I can see it on the screen, but control, so if somebody.
We can't see it here in person though. There we go. Now she's got it up there. Okay, go ahead, Era. Oh, now it's not showing on your online. It's showing your calendar.
Did I go ahead and share? Okay, there you go. So basically, it's really the same kind of information, but it's just a different look compared to what you're familiar with Transaction Insight. So just kind of a breakdown. We're basically getting away from Transaction Insight, and this is the new portal that was developed for us. So you'll just have to get familiarized again on what the screen would look like. But again, as I've said, it's just kind of the same thing. You upload your attachment, you put your data in, and then you click submit.
And Era, that is for the new PA system, right?
No, this is for the, we call it now, it's probably easier to say EDI portal. This used to be the, what you hear, TIBCO or Transaction Insight is what you hear the most.
Okay, yeah. For our people here, they would understand it as TIBCO PA. So it's going to replace TIBCO.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. For their PA requests, are going to be submitted answers.
Yes. So it's the main difference is like the payer claim control number, I believe, which is what you put in as your ALTCS is what's going to be in this location. And then your provider ID, the 5-digit number, like 19000, will be in this location that acts as provider ID.
The 6-digit number?
Yes, correct. So it's basically, again, it's the same process. This is internal to you guys in the date of service. Scroll down. Then the provider information. And then the next one is the member information. And then once everything is uploaded, you click submit. And then if successful, it should say save successfully. And the good, this is one of the requests that a lot of our users are asking about. So there's a new function, it's called view attachment details. So for your uploads, it should list it here. So you can at least have a kind of a summary of what you did, and you can certainly export that data if you need to. And that's really it for this process. Does anybody have any questions? You probably got the
Diana has a question.
Sure.
Diana is asking, when will it take effect?
That is still being worked on at the moment, and once everything is all set, we will send a constant contact notification.
Any other questions for Era?
And then how much of a document will it hold?
The other question, did you hear that? The other question was, how much will it hold?
What do you mean? It just, any entry will be a record, if that makes any sense.
So the number of pages of a document, how much data?
It's not really the pages, it's more the file size has to be 64 megs. So
Up to
your
64,
file,
right?
basically the maximum for the upload is a file of 64 megs. So it's not really about pages, but more on.
It's basically the same thing as TIBCO right now, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
But whatever you have with TIBCO, it'll be the same. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Frida, go ahead.
Yeah, other questions. In regard to, I know one of the bigger challenges is making sure that we have the correct code for the payer control number. Is there a way to do that as a dropdown?
I didn't hear what all you said.
The payer claim and control number.
Oh,
So we have to have it as a drop down.
did you hear that?
I didn't get.
The payer
Like control number?
number, is there a way to have a drop down?
No, because keep in mind, it's not necessarily just, it could be from all the providers. It really it depends to them. Sometimes for other providers, they will put the access ID and the date of service. So it cannot be a drop down because it really dictates on who the submitter is.
Gotcha.
Okay. I heard her say it was an internal portal earlier, that's why I asked you.
Okay, had heard you say that it was an internal portal. So she was just checking on that. Okay, any other questions? Let me see if there was anything online. Just a sec here. Nope, I don't see anything online. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Platform around the fourth quarter. More information is going to be sent out later. But I will send out, tomorrow, usually with the I will send out the new EDI portal registration, and it's going to be in a PDF file. And I'll just go step by step on how to register and go through it. And then if any assistance is needed, you'll submit a request to service desk or send an email to service desk. And then when you're making those two bits, just let them know that you want your ticket assigned to the ISP.
I got it.
Yeah. So when you're gonna register, just click that link and then it'll show you how to register. And like I said, we'll have more extensive training with case managers and then the supervisors as well, to go further in depth on what the process is and all like once they finalize everything on EDI.
I'm back up again. Okay, and as we talked about earlier, this morning, we talked about the daily rosters. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit. As Rachel indicated, she found several when a situation came up, and then she found another one and another one. And so I went on a special assignment to go through an audit on 2024, which I sent out to you guys. This is not new stuff. It was old. This is stuff that just needs to get done. And as Rachel had said earlier today, when a member disenrolls or a member expires, they need to be closed out and given rights. So, so every tribal program had some issues, some more than others, but the errors that we discovered is that when a member expires, it's not being closed out on CA 161 or CA 165 to match what is on that screen. And that screen, the closeout, the enrollment date, and the disenrollment date actually bleeds over from RP 160. That comes over and shows up on CA 161 and 165. And so what we found is that there was many cases, sometimes in many cases, where there was, and some of them just one member on one daily roster, just one. The other ones were resolved, but maybe one was not. So when a member voluntarily withdraws, that disenrollment date, you can't do it until eligibility processes it, but once they process it, it'll show up on that screen as disenrolled. And that date is what you would put on CA 161 and 165. And they're not being closed out to reflect that. And then the other thing that we found was that when they were enrolls, they were starting maybe H services on CA 161, but maybe let's just say, June 8th, but on CA 165, first time it shows 7-5. It's like, what happened between 6-8 and 7-4? Where was that number? So that's what we were asking. You know, we're asking the next screen. And it's really important that when a member disenrolls or re-enrolls, that those screens are updated promptly. And the main reason why is we've had several coups this year. And when a coup occurs, we can go look at those screens. Ideally, we should be able to look at those screens and know exactly where a member is. We know if they're at home, we know if they're on a SNF, we know where they're at all times. And then we can look at that and say, okay, we can tell upper management if they ask for, you know, how many members are affected in this specific area, and we would know. And then it's also important that there be no gaps in service. The only exception would be if a member disenrolls and then re-enrolls maybe a month later or a couple weeks later, whatever that case may be, that would be the only time you'd have gaps in service. Next screen. And here I provided, so this is a closeout. You can see here the enrollment rate, disenrollment rate was 629. And on this particular member, you can see here, nothing. And here, on CA 165, it's closed out 630. And the number disenrolled on 629. That has to be changed. And because so this is that this line has been paid against, an open line request needs to be submitted to correct that to 629. Next. And when a member enrolls, you can see here, they enrolled 7-6. They got it right here. And then here, but where was the member between 7-6 and 8-7? Like, oh my gosh, where was our number? We have no idea because the number's not showing up. Now, some of you do use Z placement when you don't know where the number is. That cannot be used for more than 30 days. But if you don't know where that number is, then that would be appropriate on this screen to put Z. But again, it can't be on long term. And you gotta make there's, you know, policy guidelines. You have to make contact with that member. So really, and everybody remembered this morning, it was like, well, business days. So that member shouldn't be in Z placement that long. Yes.
So what I found, I was checking all of these, I found some conflicting dates on the placement, and then also the enrollment date. There were conflicts. So
conflicts in which part?
On the CA 161 screen. So right there, yeah.
They were not matching.
They weren't.
Okay, yeah, and that's the problem because this date should match that date.
Yeah, and then once I looked at this CA 165, the service date was way off too. There was a large gap. So I was
talking about here. We're talking about right here, right? Yeah. And this is maybe just a training. Maybe this is a training time for, you know, for some of your case managers is to sit down. Maybe some of your more seasoned case managers are just not remembering that they need that these should match. Those should match. If you go back to that previous screen, the others should match. They always need to match because that member needs to enroll, and then when something changes, either they get disenrolled, maybe because of the fact that they are over resources. Let's just say that happens a lot, unfortunately. Or a member voluntarily withdraws. Then, you know, they need to be disenrolled that when they enroll, they need to match. That should match that, and that should match that. So they should match all the way around, and if they don't, that's something that, you know, hopefully somebody is taking some accountability. As Jody said, she goes in and checks. You know, that's a leader who goes in and says, hey, this showed up on that daily roster. You know, just you log in and look. Is it fixed? No? Okay. Hey, you gotta fix it. So, but that's just the thing that you guys can use. So next.
What about when the state says they ended due to financial or whatever?
Oh, the resources?
And then that, so there's a cutoff there, and then there should be dummy code put into until the services start back up. But we get,
If they get disenrolled,
messages back into you that, continued services, whatever the.
Yeah.
number was.
they backdated it.
So the end date goes back to the enrollment date on the previous, and so we eliminate the,
Yes, we would eliminate that.
Dummy code and then just put in the services
Correct.
for the member in a nursing home.
Whatever services, whatever placement they were in, yeah. They should start up those services again. And if it comes back and it says that eligibility corrected the member back with no break in service, then that means whatever you've updated on CA 161, if the member did disenroll, but eligibility went back and put them back to their, so there's no break, then you would have to remove that disenrollment on CA 161 and make sure you put in those services. So good question. Thank you for asking that. Yeah. All right. So any other questions on that?
Why does it take so long if a member is in a SNF and they get, or a hospital and they get released back home? Like for instance, our case takes quite some time for us to enter the service units and the units served to that care provider. It won't allow us to change it into the MIS. It tells us costs and effective eligibility.
You would have to actually show me can you send me on a specific one that you have, because I'm not sure.
Yes, I would send you one before. You had to take care of it because.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a placement setting that you're talking about.
The placement setting?
Is because their address is still on the eligibility side, they're still in the SNF.
Oh, gotcha.
It's not
Oh,
allowing them to,
okay. Then if that's the case, have you submitted an EMCR?
Yeah, all of that was.
Okay,
submitted.
can you make sure, did you already send it to us? If not, send me that EMCR again.
Well, this happened quite some time ago, but that's my question.
It still isn't fixed?
Sometimes it doesn't.
I was making it an example.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about in that case?
Oh, well, in that case, if you have an EMCR that you've submitted and you're not seeing it corrected, you know, let us know, because we don't know that you submitted it, and it doesn't come to us. It goes straight to eligibility. So we don't see that. If you send it to us, we can reach out to them and make sure it gets resolved. But yeah, sometimes that can happen. We don't like it to happen, but if you let us know, we can research it. Just send us a copy, send it to the general mailbox and say, hey, this was submitted. Can you follow up on it? And we'll follow up on it.
We just send you a report to do that.
Yes. So, any other questions on that? Okay. So we did update that DCW referral form, and we sent it out to all of you and asked you to test it out and let us know if there was any issues. And we made it fillable, and we didn't hear anything back, so we assume that it's good. And, so this is a copy of that form. It's just been updated to reflect that it's got, you know, some drop down boxes. It's got, everything's fillable on it. So it makes it easy for you guys to fill in. So.
I didn't see it. And when did you send it out?
Oh, probably a month ago. Was it that long ago? October 4th, okay, October 4th. I couldn't remember. Thank you, Rita. So yeah, we sent it out to everyone, said test it out. If you didn't get it, I mean, I can go back in and look at it. I'll get back in just a moment and look at that. Thank you, Rita, I'll look at it from October 4th.
Thank you.
And that's what the form looks like. Our expert here is the one who went in and made it fillable for us. So, thank you, Tiana, for that, because it made it. We, hammered our heads together and what do you guys need to communicate to these DCW agencies? So that's what we put on there, updated everything, and even has check boxes so you can check what they need. Has a place for the case manager to sign their name and signature. We know you don't have electronic signatures, but you just put in your name again, or you can print it out and sign it, whatever. But and then who the agency is, that should be and the start date. So, any questions on that? Besides the fact that a couple of you are saying you didn't get it. Yes.
So the agencies did let us know that if we didn't include companion escorts for medical appointments, that they were executives would be able to provide that service. So we had to add that there were the other vehicles with staff for others.
For escort to doctor's appointments. I don't know that that's part of an attendant care service. I mean, it is an escort service, but I don't know that
Is it
it's
on a routine basis? No?
It's just random and then we're an appointment is scheduled. And we ask the caregiver to go.
S 5130. Is that S 5130? Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so it wouldn't be on this one.
No.
You're saying.
No, it wouldn't be on this one. That's a different, I mean, it's companion care, but it's not attendant care. So,
Unless if it was like a daily service that they're gonna get, but I don't think it wouldn't care.
Yeah.
This would be more or less for, direct care agencies that you work with, or a routine in-home care services that the member is getting by the agency.
okay, any other questions on that? Okay, next. All right.
What is that for? What is that
For the
The direct
referral.
care agency referral form, DCW referral form. For attendant care services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And just a couple more TA items to address. This is the DME continued authorization form that we rolled out at the last quarterly meeting. Just a couple reminders with this form. It must be completely and correctly filled out. It still does require a fax cover sheet to be submitted with the form. Big one is that a full packet is not required when you're using this form. I've seen some case managers that are submitting this form and still submitting a full packet. I just don't want them to go through extra work. That's not necessary. So if you're using this form, you don't need a full packet. And then additionally with that, this form is not required when you're doing a full packet submission. So if it's an initial or if there's a change in the status of the RX, you don't need this form. It's just when you're just submitting this form without the full packet. And we'd love to hear if it's working out for you guys or if you have issues with this.
That one's just with the case manager's signature, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you got it.
So, I mean, it's working for me.
So you don't need all of the information of what, like the incontinence. You get a lot of incontinence reports for supplies. And you don't see all of it.
Yeah, so when you're using this is just for incontinence supplies and you don't need to submit all of that. If there's already an initial PA on file and it's been approved and you already have a PA number, you're just using that. You can just use this form. It says on it the most current RX date, the provider's name, contact information, the diagnosis code, the face-to-face date, and then you're just attesting that there's been no changes to the quote. If there's no changes with the last PA, then you can just use this form. You don't need to submit everything.
So how long can we use this? Because we have some, members that, have to constantly bring in a PA after 6 months.
So they'll still get a PA with this. We'll continue to PA with it. And you can use it until the script expires or until there's a change in the status. So if they need an increase or a decrease of the amount that they're getting, then you would submit a full packet.
So every year?
As long as your script is for the year.
Yeah.
So if the script is for 3 months or 6 months or like a one-time fill, then you'll need to resubmit your whole new packet. If there's a change, you'll need a new face-to-face. But if the quantities are staying the same or the need is the same, you would just need a new script.
Okay.
Yeah, just make sure all the boxes are filled out completely for us to accept it and that they match up. Because there's been just a couple where the RX date was different than what we had on file. In that case, you'll get it, returned and then you'll have to resubmit it.
So I heard you say that, it's for incontinence supplies and rentals. How about room supplies where those stay the same too every 3 months? Like if there was no change and the script is for a year.
With the wound supplies, wounds are a little different just because with the wounds, we do like to see the wound notes. Just because we want to see if the wound's getting bigger, if the wound's like getting smaller. And some wound supplies for some members change. Like maybe they'll use like the alginate for so long, or they'll switch to like a different type of dressing where the codes might change. But for the wounds, we do like, well, we do need the updated wound notes from the wound clinic or who's providing that service to the member.
So would be just the wound notes and the script, right? That's all you would need.
For the wounds, you would need the wound notes. If there is an updated script, like let's say if the script hasn't changed, we wouldn't need necessarily a new script because we would have that on file already, just the updated notes.
Okay. Thank you.
So we started a new process of tracking the missing information packets by the specific item that's missing. And we've determined that the face-to-face and provider programs have been the most missed item this quarter. So just to reiterate the requirements for that, for DME, you can find the requirements for face-to-face and AMPM 310P. You're going to need a new face-to-face for initiation of medical equipment, medical appliances and supplies, a face-to-face encounter between a member and practitioner that relates to the primary reason that the member requires the equipment. And this should be within no more than 6 months prior to the start of that equipment. Next slide. And for the SNFs and ALTCS, you can find the policy AMPM 900 and AMPM 820, which gives some good detail about what the progress should include. But for your submission, please make sure to include the most recent provider progress note. That would be addressing the specialty rate that's being requested. So if they're a behavioral health specialty rate, whoever's managing their behaviors, if they're dementia, whoever's managing their dementia, If they're dialysis, whoever's managing their dialysis, it would be that special rate provider note. And then also the provider's plan is number quarterly, that last quarterly note is fine. If the plan is to see the number monthly or every 60 days, then that last monthly or that last 60 day note, whatever the most recent available. And just a reminder, if the request is retro, please submit the progress note from those dates of service. So if it was 3 months ago, then submit that previous progress note from those dates of service. And then this is just a little reminder on valid signature. So the progress notes do need to be signed by the provider. This can be electronic or physically handwritten. But it does have to have the provider's name and credentials and be signed and dated. So just a couple of examples of things that we've seen. This is still in edited mode. So it says last edited by, and then it doesn't have credentials of the provider. So that would not be acceptable. This is an example. This is signed by a behavioral health technician. So if they're not credentialed to sign the note, they would need to have that co-signed by a provider, an MD or a PA or an NP. If the behavioral health technician is the one doing the assessment, then it needs to be co-signed. And then this is an example of a proper signature. You can see it's electronically signed. It's not in edit mode. And then you have the date and then the provider's name and credentials here. Any questions?
So for additional resources, if you get reached out to by providers or different offices as far as, you know, what providers are reaching out to the case managers for claims assistance, the providers can submit to the service desk. So just including the service desk email as well as what information claims is going to need regarding their claims or payments. So they will need to submit the CRN numbers or the IPN numbers. For the provider education unit, they can also email the service desk. For any rates questions, they can reach out to the fee-for-service rate email as well as coding. We do have a coding department where they can reach out regarding their code and policies. Next slide. For the warrants or EOBs, there is the access warranties inquiries email, their phone number. And then with any electronic EOBs, they can contact ISD at the service desk. For any claims questions, the claims doesn't provide like billing type questions. They can help with any basic questions, and they can also be reached at the 202 number and then just their office hours or operation hours. And then for provider training, providers are training and email the provider training email address. And they can also visit the Access website. A lot of information that I find that is very helpful as far as how I assist the providers. If I go to the Access website, they have a lot of different videos, different desk levels or presentations that they have for the providers to use. They are pretty step-by-step and user-friendly. So I would also direct them over to the Access website for that information. And then again, just the provider education and training unit. They don't instruct providers on how to code or how to bill, but if they have questions, they can reach out to them via the service. For acute care services, I still get a few acute care service requests. A lot of them are from the hospitals, whether they are sending them to the incorrect area as far as like reaching out to the case manager for those acute care services. The providers just need to be redirected back over to DFSM. You can remind them to fax the DFSM fax number, sometimes just an email
over saying, hey, the provider reached out to me again, or they reached out, can you just make sure they get it, or they have, submitted the request. Those little reminders to me are helpful, so I can reach out to the DFSM acute care side, and we'll kind of just see if the request has reached them, or if you can just give me who the contact is that is being reached out to. I'm more than happy to reach out to the acute care provider to give them some direction. And again, if there are any new providers, which a lot of times the providers that are reaching out are pretty new in their roles, they can also, reach out to the provider training to kind of get some information on how they should be submitting their application. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. That's- oh. You want to do that? No, okay. All right.
What if you said, wait on it. Okay, we have a couple of things that we're really had a schedule. So we're getting out early. I'm waiting. So we went over on our lunch. Okay, there's quite a bit of rewards that we wanted to give out to really recognize your team members' work and what they have been doing over the past quarter. I know last quarter we said we were going to have it, but we didn't have it on the correct format and other issues came up, so we weren't able to print them. But this time my team really went and did a lot of it. Because I always say data. So if it comes back and somebody says, well, how come I didn't get an award and that person did? We have data to back us up on why we figured that these are selected people that we want to acknowledge and show that they are, with all the barriers that you guys talk about, with all the challenges that you all bring to us, they are still able to perform and provide us the responses that we need or work with us and collaborating so we can all work together to ensure member services are being rendered. So we wanted to just recognize a couple of people related to their to the accomplishment that they've had this quarter.
Diana, you want to collect it? You want to collect this for yours?
So we have one for the Delcon, from the Delcon office, these are the course for Navajo Nation, PCSP. According to this award, Deidre is recognized for painting a picture. We always like to say painting a picture when they're completing their PCSP. That's really important because it allows my team to know what it looks like, what the environment of the home looks like, what's going on, so that they can make those approvals on their end, and it just makes it so much easier. So the clinical team is the one who's actually recognizing her for her hard work and dedication. So thank you, and it all shows that it stems from the supervisor. So thank you, Diana, for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you. How about come back up here? Somebody have a camera, a phone? Come on up here again, Diana. We'll have you stand right here.
Always good to recognize team members. And then another one for PCSP, painting a picture. This one goes to Native Health. I hope I say it right. Arvina. Also getting this award for the same reason. She painted a picture for the clinical team as they're processing their request. We just wanted to make sure that. Oh, okay. In addition, Arvina took the initiative to ask for clarification on something that she read in a site provider's progress notes. So this is really good because that is one of the main challenges that we all have had across the agencies about members who are receiving behavioral health services. Start looking at the progress notes, start looking at the notes to see Are they aligned with what the provider is telling you? Are these services aligning with what the service needs are for the member? So painting that picture, especially to the clinical team, is really important.
You might want to stay here.
No, another one. Okay. Okay, the COOP, as we mentioned today, COOP is really important. Responses are really important. Native Health also as a whole did get an award for their response on the Havasupai flood COOP, and that we know that was all on social media and news too. So their quick response, really appreciate it because that really does provide all of us to ensure that we're working together to coordinate.
And they had two case managers stuck out there, and got rescued.
Yeah.
All that.
I mean, you know.
St. Carlos, Jolie. Can somebody pick this award up for St. Carlos?
Jolie's here.
Okay, St. Carlos, Apache tried the same thing, COOP response to the watch fire COOP that went out, the notification went out, and it looks like they were able to also provide that immediate response to the program. And we do have one member that had their house destroyed in that fire, right? And it was really good because they were already on it. They were already on it. So how fast we all work together. Thank you. Okay, the next one is for the CES. We all had training for CES, that extensive training, all day training we had. They were the very first ones to get all their members off of the CES, lowered their CES percentages, so they weren't getting, I don't believe they had many numbers on that report anymore. Right?
No, they don't have any.
Oh, they don't have any right now for that training that's provided. So they were able to correct those or update those CES screens to make sure that they were cost effective in the setting, the ATS setting that number was there. So they also got yay. That was really a good turnaround because that training was just, I mean, we did the training and then 2 weeks later they were done. Another. Oh, and Gila River also got an award for the fall wildfire COOP. I know that, oh wow, this was really interesting because I got the email over the weekend, reached out and I thought, oh, they're not going to respond. And right away I got a response and they were already also on it. So I know both of them were both responded even on the weekend and made sure that they were coordinating that care for the members. So appreciate that. So yeah, so that's it. So I just wanted to say thank you for everybody's hard work. I don't know if there are any of the other plans that have a backup, a weekend person that usually picks up those calls, those communication that come from Access. If you have, I always think that if you have a business phone, you're basically on call 24 hours. That's what it seems like when there's an emergency or urgent matter that comes up. Those COOPs are really important that when you relay that information to your case manager, or maybe just doing a call on to that member to do a health and wellness check on your member. It's always important. And most of the time, the tribes are already on those issues and trying to make sure that they're coordinating care, making sure that services are there, transportation is available for the member in the event that there is an issue where they have to get out of the home as fast as they can. So I just want to say thank you for being there and supporting your team members and also supporting each other. Because this is a lot of work. I mean, we all know that it's a lot of work internally. Even some people say, "Oh, well, you just sit at the desk all day." That's not it. Because by the end of the day, it's like I don't want to watch TV. I don't want to look at anything. I just want to just close my eyes. I just want to be left alone. We get to that point too. So it is a lot of work. And then I could also understand how it is a lot of work for your case managers because there, people who are on the road like that always say, "Oh, where are you calling me from, your office?" And we laugh about it within my family because some of my family members, they actually do work from their car. You know, they actually are, closing deals or, negotiating or talking to somebody over the phone. They're in their vehicle all the time. So I just want to say that that is quite a lot of work, and they're always constantly, their vehicle becomes their office at some point in time. So we have to be really, really mindful and understand that, how can you support your team member? I mean, if you have an office specialist, I've had specialists that came on board and I, gave them more responsibilities, learn how to do this, cross train. And based on doing that, most of my team members were able to promote to another position. That's how I was able to train them and prepare them for the next level of their career so that they're able to be, support the team members. And if there was a position available, I always tell them, move up. Don't ever get settled in one position because you all have very great skills that you want to share with everyone and you can bring a lot to the table. So we hope that maybe there's ways that you all can work those things out internally to improve in these areas. And most of the time when we have these quarterly meetings is we bring things to you that's either causing a barrier, is a challenge for you, or maybe you just want updates on what's going on. So when I hear somebody saying, well, I can't attend in person, then I say, okay, well, we got to keep track of who those people are, because if they come back and say, well, I never heard that, I didn't know about that, we did cover it. So please be mindful as a leader. We also have to, our position, they look up to us. They make sure that we're doing what we need to do to ensure that services are being provided to our members. And that's the common goal that we all have too. So, and more resolution, more ideas will really help us to address those issues within our community. So I thank you and I appreciate all of you coming. I know we thought this meeting was going to last longer like we had out there on Navajo Nation, but we seem to have gotten through it. So
At least we didn't get flooded out.
yeah. Yeah, that was crazy.
That was crazy.
I was literally stuck in the mud trying to get the vehicle.
Well, I took off my shoes and waded into the water to get to the car. I was like, I'm not ruining my shoes.
But it's always good to, when you all host it, it allows us to see, that it's not good for the community to see and experience that too. Each one of my team members, I've taken them out for audits and I tell them, I want you to do a home visit. And they're like, and when they come back, the conversation is, wow, I didn't realize that they live like that, and to them, they're rich. For our people, we're rich, because that's our culture, that's who we are. And somebody may see just a hogan with, just made out of mud and stick, and everyone would think that, oh wow, they live in poverty. I don't think that. I never think that. Every time somebody says that to me, I always correct them and say, no, that's not poverty. They own a piece of land, it's their home, they have peace. And some people can have so much money, but they can't have peace. Right. And they have peace out there. And we want to try to do the best we can to keep them in the environment that they're comfortable with. But it takes all of us to make sure that continues. So I hope that we get some more of ideas the next time when you take this back. Get ideas, talk to your team members. What can we do? What can Access do to help us improve? How can we streamline these more easier where we're not causing a barrier to the members instead of going back and forth in the emails, because that does get to be all right now. I got to step in now, and we got to really get to the point where we work together, where we're not just addressing these problems at quarterly meetings, we're addressing them as they come along. So, but your input is very important. I've always said that. I never look down on anybody because I've always felt that I learned from not knowing anything about tribal ALTCS at all, nothing. I came from the accounting side. So when I learned about this program and I learned how important it was, and I was very passionate about, I think once you get the passion for it, it just, you want to learn more. So, you know, this is the time to learn and always take away with what I've learned from this training versus, oh, not again, I'm hearing the same thing again. The reason why is when you're hearing it again is maybe because we haven't seen improvements, right? And we're adding new things to improve. We're updating our documents or our forms to improve. We're helping, we're trying to figure out ways to help you improve. But I would honestly say I think we are the most successful program in access. I would honestly say because we monitor our numbers very, very closely. That tribal ALTCS, I would say they are like number one to me. And then THP, because we're getting there to THP. What you all are doing is basically we're communicating that from access to THP. So you guys are the prime example. If it wasn't for you all doing the hard work and the dedication that you all have, I would not be saying that within the agency. You all do an awesome job, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Rachel.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Rochelle from Hopi. Just, sharing Rachel, stating that, out here on the reservation, yes, we do have members that have no running water, no electricity, and they live like in a very traditional area. And that's what they, prefer because they're so used to it. And, there could be, reports on, a member, smelling or, maybe his hygiene or her hygiene doesn't look, as good as, but, we are doing our job and speaking with different agencies. They're trying their best. They do their home visits just like we do. And we try our best to keep up and encourage, the member and the family. I mean, the provider, encouraging them to, do the best you can to keep that member hygiene to where we're not getting because I did have a member that did get a report smelling like urine, and this member lives in an area where there's no running water, no running water, and he sometimes refuses. Maybe and at that time, he had stated that he was with his mom, and but I try my best, to encourage, the family and educate them, and as well as the agencies. And I don't, as a case manager, I don't want to make it sound like, I'm kind of scolding them because of the fact that, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. But yes, we do have a lot of members out here that do live, with no water, no electricity. But how can we help that individual, I guess, other than encouraging? We do have resources out here, but it just seems like, it's not much help to our people out here. Just hygiene wise, water, hauling water, because some of our members don't have transportation, or that much support to help them haul water or things like that. You know, the clothing, they don't have water to wash their clothes. It's it's really hard for them to, you know, get to a laundromat. You know, maybe family members aren't, you know, they don't help out all the time. And yeah.
So what is your question, Michelle?
So my question is, is there a way that Access could, you know, provide like showers? You know how they have those showers, those I don't know what they call them, but you like camping showers, things like that, where, you know, we could provide them with something like that. It would, I'm not sure we could probably add something like that.
It all depends on the member themselves, like what level of care does this member need, or what does this member require within the community? Because, and then also you have to look at your HNT, your assessment. So if you're assessing, if you have assessed, and based on your assessment, you're giving time to a direct care worker. Is there a direct care, again, case by case situation, if this member has a direct care worker? That direct care worker is responsible for ensuring that bathing is happening, changing clothes is happening. You also brought up laundry. You know, how are they washing clothes? If it is a caregiver that lives in the home and they don't have a vehicle, the caregiver is a granddaughter and they don't have a vehicle to go into town, to not only to town, but to the nearest laundromat, or if they don't have a vehicle to haul water. Those are some areas that you might need to explore. But if you continue to assess these and you know it's not happening, why is that caregiver getting paid for that time? That would be the question I have. You know, so if you're assessing, stating that the member bathes, you know, twice a week and it's a sponge bath, and you can assess that in the time, because that's going to take longer to than just turning on a shower and, you know, getting that member cleaned up. If they don't have a washer on site, but they don't have a vehicle, but the caregiver is washing the clothes at home, that takes more time. So you should be assessing it based on every member's scenario as to what you had mentioned. Can Access provide these additional, like a portable shower, like a camping shower? No, we can't provide that. We don't provide that within our service limits. There are certain things, if it's medically necessary for that member to have when it comes to DME items, the allowable items that's considered by CMS as a DME item, yes, we're able to assist in that. But they would still need that documentation. As far as, that's where one of my question is for not just that tribe, but across the board, what does the nation do? What does the tribes do? How do they support these members? How do they have accountability for those members in the community? Because we all have tribal councils, we have tribal leadership that are voted in, and every time that as they're going through these voting processes, or as they're going out there promoting themselves, what are they promising our elders? Elders is always one of the ones that is the main one that is on the list, right? They say, we're going to do this for the elders. We're going to get this out to the elders. Those are some things that you can take to your tribal leadership and say, Access can cover this in this situation, in this scenario, but there's a gap there. How can we make sure that this grandmother living by herself, 35 miles away from the nearest chapter house, how can we ensure she still gets water? How can we ensure that she's getting the services that she needs? Because Access can cover, we do cover a lot. a lot, actually covers a lot to transportation, to behavioral health services, to attendant care services, DME items. We cover a lot. So where is it that the tribe is going to also step up and help that member? So I think that's
Right.
where when you're looking at your PCSP, you have to start reaching out within your own tribe. Every tribe is different. What resources does your tribe have for these members, especially the elderly members? What resources do they have for them? And how can you advocate within your tribal government or tribal community and say, hey, we have a member out there that needs this. How can we advocate for that member? Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
as far as laundry, really, that's where you paint that picture. If that member that you described a while ago, if they don't have running water, and if they don't have a vehicle, but that caregiver is providing care, and they're washing these clothing by hand, you need to put that in the HMT. You really need to describe it, because a lot of people don't believe us when we make these examples here at the state level. Oh yeah, everybody has washers now. There's a lot of them at, in every single area. That's not true in some of our tribal communities. They have to travel a long ways just to get their clothes washed, or just to go do their clean their beddings. Imagine if a member had an issue, but when it becomes a risk to where the member could start getting wounds, you, the case manager, would identify that. You need to make sure that you're doing the skin integrity check to make sure that the member is okay also, because you might have to start having that conversation that a skilled nursing facility may be better for that member if they don't have the resources available that they need in the community. But if you don't document it and then put in solutions in place or recommend any solutions, the member can always refuse to. They can say, I don't want to take a shower. They have a right to. They have a right to refuse whatever you're trying to offer them. They have a voice also. So you need to make sure that all you're doing is educating and documenting. And we should never be the person who is talking down on our members. That's the last thing we need to do, or making them feel bad. We really do need to ask the right questions to ensure that the needs are being met for the member.
Well, thank you. Is there anything? Next quarterly meeting is January 23rd. And is there any program that would like to host? You guys can host? Okay, Native Health has offered to host. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. And I know that you have offered to host in July?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nice. So we have 2 seconds. So we get to eat. We don't have to drive anywhere, huh? That's always the challenge.
All right. That's it.
Thank you so much, everyone. Everyone's input was great. Thank you.